Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the final day of World Blitz Chess Championship here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Few minutes before we will start looking at the game, so we have a chance to check the cross table, the standings. Let's see who are the leaders. We need a cross table, guys. So Sergei Karyakin, the defending champion, that's
sole leader.
Yeah, that's a bit surprising, I have to say. I mean, obviously he's a very strong player. It just goes so that usually, I mean, nobody won this tournament twice in a row. Let's face it. Yeah, nobody won this tournament twice in a row. So, well, we kind of expect, that there would be some other player in the lead. But no, Sergei Karyakin, after a slowish start, he made a draw in round one. But now he is leading with 9 points out of 11, which is, of course, a great result, pursued by Vasily Graf with 8.5. Then we have quite a few players on 8 points, who are Swidler, Liekwan Gliem, Mamedyarov, and 3 players from China, which is spectacular. Wan Hao, Ding Liren, Yu Yangyi, 3 first boards of Chinese national team. They are all sharing the third place. Magnus Carlsen, the player whom we are following the most, is not that successful so far.
Yes.
He's on how many points, by the way?
7.
7 points only. So 2 points behind. 2 points behind Karyakin. He has a very tough pairing as well. But we will talk of this later because now we have
already 2 games.
Yeah, let's see the pairings. The standings for the women's tournament, where Pia Kramling has even better result than Karyakin. 9.5 points out of 11.
And she lost first
She
round.
lost in round 1. It makes it even more impressive. So
Yes.
she lost in round 1 and then 9.5 out of 10. That's incredible. So preceded by Nana Zagnidze and Valentina Gunina, who are both on 8.5. Katerina Lahno and Natalia Buksa from Ukraine, a bit surprising. Well, Natalia Buksa has very good result. She's
facing today Kramling Pia
so
on the first board.
Natalia Buksa from Ukraine playing against Pia Kramling. Right, so those two, Lahno and Buksa, have 8 points. So very last minute before the start,
everybody on the boards, as we can see, and it's seated. Like last seconds before the game.
Okay, so quickly the pairings, and I will start with the leaders. So Wan Hao playing against Sergei Karyakin, Yu Yangyi faces Vasily Graf. As I said, Karyakin is on first place, Vasily Graf on second, but they already played each other. They made a draw. Yu Yangyi against Maxim Vasily Graf on board 3. Liekwan Gliem against Ding Liren on board 4, Mamedyarov and Swidler on board 5. That's pretty much all the leading group. But we will be following this game, of course, which is Alexander Grishuk against Magnus Carlsen. And Grishuk was the one to create a history in Rapid, right? I mean, he was not that successful in Rapid. I mean, he finished quite well, but during the tournament, he was not playing that great. But he made the champion, we can say. He lost in round 10 to Vishy Anand, and then in round 11 he won with the black pieces against Magnus Carlsen, therefore declining the first place for Norwegian.
Yeah, we can see we have the first moves on the board.
First moves on the women's board as well. Yeah, so we will be following this game. This is, of course, a very, very principled duel. I believe Magnus is looking for a revenge, well, with the black pieces, even though the setup he went for is, well, I'd say solid, but not the most aggressive, right? We've seen what Grishuk was playing with black. It was the King's Indian, right? And now the Queen's Gambit with Bishop f4, Knight d7. That's very solid, of course, for black, but nowhere near as aggressive as Grishuk's King's Indian. Well, Knight b to d7. Let's see what Grishuk is going to play. c5. And then this is kind of a modern, not that modern anymore, but the initial idea in this position with black playing knight d7 was to meet c5 with knight h5 and exchange the f4 bishop.
Queen a4?
Queen a4 is somewhat surprising.
Usually these moves are in the positions when king is still not castling.
It's like you give a check or you pin the knight. Here it's a little bit surprising. I guess the whole point is to say if black plays b6 somewhere, white's gonna take and queen c6 is the rook b8. No, I thought
it's 7 pawn is
white
hanging.
can.
c7 pawn is hanging.
Yes, c7 pawn is hanging. Yeah, okay, maybe. No, but just in general, like if black plays b6, white takes, and black cannot recapture with a pawn. I mean, I thought that could have been an idea. All right, so black takes on c3, bc3,
and c6.
c6.
I wonder what is black's strategy here, because he had whole evening to prepare the opponent against the opponent.
I'm not sure if Magnus spent all the evening preparing against Krysiuk. Still, it's a blitz, you know. So and the tournament is very tiring. So I don't really think
not even check
prepare.
What to play. I don't believe in that.
No, I don't think. I mean, well, probably you do check what your opponent plays, but they've played so many games against each other, and it's, you know, in blitz it's obvious that it can be anything in terms of the opening. Right. So, well, we've seen Magnus playing 1g6, and how do you prepare against that, for example? All right, rook to e8, bishop to f6. Yeah, the key idea for black, of course, is to try to play e6, e5. Yeah. So, well, it's interesting. Krysiuk was the one to play a surprise move, queen a4, but he's the one as well who spends more time.
Really quickly, this move.
Yeah, he played pretty quickly, but now he's the one who used more time. Now it's half a minute difference in favor of Magnus Carlsen. Well, do we have, on your screen, Katie, could we check if there are early results, like maybe some early draws somewhere? Not really, not really. It's the first game of the day, so everyone
They have all the energy,
and
they are ready to fight.
Wants to play. And Krysiuk is the first to try to open the center with e3, e4. This moving the pawn in the center. So now it is important. e4, e5. Now it will be really, really sharp game. e5, knight takes, bishop takes, bishop takes. D takes on e4.
So the idea is if bishop takes e4, there is f6 move.
Oh, really? Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. Bishop e4, f6, but you know, f6.
What is hidden?
No, I think no. Magnus decided just to take. No, I thought f6. White could really play f4, and if you take with the pawn, he takes with the pawn, sacrificing the piece. But somehow it would have been some compensation. Let's see what goes on now, because black is almost fine. Let's put it this way. Black is almost fine, so he needs like one or two moves.
Like to develop this bishop from c8.
Now, for instance, he wants bishop f5. Well, the thing is that he still needs to finish the development. Queen d4, I like for Alexander Krysiuk, creating a threat of queen captures on e5. Well, queen d4, it's still bishop f5. So one has to be careful. Bishop f5, bishop to f5 is actually a serious threat. And Krysiuk is down to not so much time left. He went f4, where pawn on c5 was gone with a check. Rook goes back to e7. Yeah, I think black is totally fine. I mean, black is much better. I mean, unless there is some move to stop black's development of black's bishop. Because if black gets to play bishop e6, he's just a pawn up for nothing, more or less.
Krysiuk has only 6 seconds on the clock.
Yep, queen c2, g6 and h3. So no comfortable development for black, but bishop d7 is fine, and then the other rook comes to e8. Yeah, Magnus Carlsen is a pawn up against Alexander Krysiuk, the man who has beaten him in the last round of Rapid. Tries to exchange the queens, obviously.
Magnus took another pawn.
Took on c3, so 2 pawns up. Yeah, if rook on e7 is taken, of course the rook on a1 is also hanging. The swap of the rooks, queen e8, a bit passive, but still good, still good. 2 pawns up. Meanwhile, Sergei Karyakin made the draw against Van Hao. That's what I was informed. Well, look, Alexander Grishuk is trying to arrange some counterplay. Magnus just snatches the 3rd pawn. Bishop takes a2.
Queen d4, now white wants to play h6
Yeah,
and some
h6
unpleasant
is the idea. Queen takes
counterplay.
a7. Bishop to d5, and there might be some back rank issues as well. Bishop takes, pawn takes. Queen's endgame is always tricky. Okay, at least for us, for Maltans. I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe for Magnus, it's just, a piece of cake. Takes, king to g3. It might have been wise to give a check on h4 first for Magnus Carlsen. Well, but looks like he's very comfortable. 2 pawns up. Well, winning position it has to be.
Why not b5? No, the b5 can
b5,
be lost.
yeah, you just
b6.
give the pawn, yeah. b6, check, king goes to g7, no checks anymore. Queen c7 is a bit annoying, but there is a check. Yeah, and b5, so he keeps both pawns. Well, and I've got incredible news. Pia Kramling has won yet another game with the black pieces, so she keeps leading and might even extend her lead. While Grishuk stands no chance anymore after queen d4. Impressive play by Magnus, and white is impressive because I have no clue what has happened in this game. I mean, it looked like Grishuk came up with an interesting opening idea, it looked like a good initiative, and bam, after 5 moves, it was just...
I dislike queen a4,
I mean,
honestly.
just 2 pawns up for Magnus. No, I think queen a4 was the idea he prepared at home, I'm sure. I mean, it looks like one of those weird computer moves. And I mean, Grishuk is a well-educated player of a classical style. So if he would not know that Queen A4 is the move, he would never play it. Of course, you have developing moves like Castle Short or something. Okay. So anyway, what has happened. Magnus Carlsen wins. He's half a point closer to Sergei Karyakin after this game. Karyakin, to remind you, has made the draw. We can check what about
Vashielagraf
against Yu Yangyi? Yeah, I'm just checking what happens. Vashiela is still playing against Yu Yangyi.
Because he has now a good chance to become sole leader.
That's an interesting position, ladies and gentlemen. I think might be a draw, but I'm not entirely sure. And we are shown Jan Nepomniachtchi and his game against Zaven Andreasyan on board 6. So let me try to find this one. Yeah, that's the one. So Jan Nepomniachtchi has an extra pawn on the king side. I mean, 3 versus 1. But
this 6
white
pawn
still has,
looks very dangerous for
white
black.
still has the c pawn, which is... he wanted to move rook h2. That's interesting. Even on our digital board, you can see that rook moved to h2 and then he returns back. Check from c3, king e2. Now, if black takes on h3, he will have to give the knight, the bishop, I guess, will have to give the bishop. No, that's better. Bishop b6, rook c6, rook d6. The last try, and black has to take it. So there are some chances still. f5, knight f2, for instance, you play... Yeah, I mean, g4? No. First he wants to bring the king. I mean, it will be tough to organize g4, because
if one pawn
white
is
needs,
exchanged, then the knight can be given for another pawn.
Absolutely.
And it's white
the wrong corner. The wrong corner. So the bishop of the dark square bishop and the h pawn will not win, of course, if the king is kept in a corner. But look, Nepomniachtchi has found a very, very nice resource. Very, very nice resource. And, well, he trapped the knight at some point, and he's winning, of course. Now he's winning, no questions asked. No, there won't be any chance. So Jan Nepomniachtchi wins with the black pieces. I'm checking the other results. A draw for Mamedyarov and Swidler. Liekwan Guillaume on board 4 has lost to Dingley Ren. So Dingley Ren comes closer to Karyakin. It's half a point difference only. And Yu Yangyi and Vashielagraf, it's a draw. So draw for Karyakin, draw for Vyshyalagraf and Yu Yangi, and then it means that Dingley Ren is equals in points with Vyshyalagraf, as well as nobody else. Nepomniachtchi had half a point less. And in the ladies tournament, let's see if something is still in progress. As we said, Pia Kramling has
Nothing
won.
really changed after this.
So
round.
all the leaders,
have won.
Well, let's say it was made by Pia Kramling. Queenie won, Queen sacrifice, but it was easy. Gunina has won against Lieti Ingie, and Zagnidze has won against Gunay Mamadova. So the leading trio has won. I mean, all of them won the game. So, well, but Pia, it's incredible. 10.5 out of 12. 10.5 out of 12. Which, by the way, does not guarantee you anything.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a bit pity, but I mean, I wish in the ladies section the tournament would stop right now, because I really, really support Pia Kramling.
Here on the video we can see Vishy Anand walking.
Vishy, the new Blitz, the new world rapid champion. The new rapid champion. Yeah, that was really great performance by Vishy Anand. By the way, how he's doing? We haven't seen him on high boards, so it looks like he has given all his energy in rapid. Yeah, I don't see him at all. I mean, I'm checking; it's like top 40 boards already. Top 40 boards already, and still can't find Vishy Anand. And I think that will be it. Round 12.
You
found
him.
Anand.
Yeah, he has 8 points.
8 out of. No, it can't be like this. Can't be like this. Are you sure it's the right tournament? Because I don't see him.
Oh.
No, it's wrong tournament probably. You've checked rapid maybe. No? Okay, whatever. We'll say this.
We'll
say
game.
this. Yeah. It's just that it's not Vishy written. It's not Vishy, but Vishwanathan. I mean, I was expecting Anand doesn't make sense that many. Okay. So anyway, round 12 is finished. Magnus Carlsen has won the leader in the men's section. Sergei Karyakin has made a draw, which makes it only 1.5 points difference for those two who are looking like the main rivals for this tournament. We are ready for an interview, then we go for a short break, and we will come back for round 13.
I have Le Quang Liam from Vietnam here with me, former world champion in Blitz, and one of the top players in Rapid and Blitz chess. How is it going for you so far, the tournament?
I like this tournament very much. I see that it's so strong with many top players here. In the Rapid, I didn't do so well. I finished 30th place. But I think
still in prizes.
Still getting some prizes, yeah. And up today, I think I've been doing quite well in Blitz. Before this round, I got 8 points out of 11, and I played Dingley Ren. Unfortunately, I blundered the game and lost, but we still have 9 more rounds, so hopefully I can come back.
Yeah, okay, and I know that you also participated in the Mind Games and quite successfully. Was it? Is it tiring to play 2 events in a row, or it was actually preparation?
Yeah, actually, I think it's a very good warm-up tournament for the one in China, because we play almost the same time control in Rapid and Blitz in China and in here. So I like it that I play both very strong tournaments in December, and I think that that helps my improvement overall.
Yeah. What do you think about the organization here? How do you like the venue, the hotel?
Yeah, I think everything is perfect here. Very well organized. Hotel is nice. I know it's the first time of a big chess tournament in Saudi Arabia, so I'm very impressed of the level of organization here.
There is a plan to have another World Rapid Peace and Friendship Championship here, same place in Riyadh, where everybody will be welcomed. Are you supporting this idea?
Yeah, of course. I think it's a wonderful tournament with such a sponsor from Saudi Arabia. If it's open to everyone and everyone is given a chance to play, then I would very much support this tournament.
Yep. Thank you so much for your comments, and we wish you good luck. Thank you.
Blitz Championship in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, day 1 started with unpleasant incident. On the first board, double illegal moves appeared between Magnus Carlsen and Ernesto Inarkiev. The earliest 0-0-1 was changed to the idea of continue the match from the very last position. But Ernesto Inarkiev declined to play, and as a result he got 0 point. In open section after 11 rounds, Russian Grandmaster Sergei Karyakin took sole leading with 9 points. Friend Vasily Lagrave is clear second with 8.5. In female section, Pia Kramling has very impressive tournament. After being defeated by Valentina Gonina, Pia managed to win 9 games and 1 draw. She is 1 full point ahead to herself, Valentina Gonina, and Georgian Nana Zagnitsa. Today, the last day of the Blitz tournament will decide who will win the titles and the main prizes, which are 250,000 for men and 80,000 for women. World number 1 Magnus Carlsen has already lost 2 games. Now it is questionable if he managed a great comeback in the last 10 rounds.
And I think this is like this. Yeah, good. I hope it will work out. Once I was there in this period, and it's like it's supposed to be the best time. So. Can it be too? What is the 120? You didn't check the weather? You haven't? Please don't check. So you do. Okay. Okay, take care, enjoy, and happy New Year.
ठंडा है बाहर तो मौसम ठीक है धूप निकला उसका तो बहुत अच्छा लगता है नॉर्थ ही है ही नहीं पूरा नहीं आज भी लोग जल्दी खत्म करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो कर रहे हैं आज क्लोजिंग सेरेमनी में
किंग सलमान में चला था ना वैसे लस्सी मूवी और उसमें डांसिंग में प्रॉब्लम है हाँ खुद ना चला रहा है
टॉप्स का ये लोग इंजॉय करते हैं मतलब क्या चिल करना चाहिए
Here we are, back again. Round 13 is about to start. Are we ready, Katie?
Yes, we are.
So, who are who are playing whom, and what is the game we will be looking at? Because we have
very, very interesting matches.
I mean, we
on the
still
top
have
course.
we still have Carson. Obviously, he plays against Pitala Harikrishna. But I'm thinking maybe we should, for a change, we'll have to look at board 2, because we have the actual leader, Sergei Karyakin, who will have quite a tough pairing. He plays with the black pieces against Ding Liren. So maybe this is the one we should be checking. Well, the other pairs are Vashyela Graf against Mamidyarov, Nepomniachtchi against Wan Hao, Svidla with Yu Yangi, Tigran Petrosyan against Lia Kuan Gliem. Tigran Petrosyan from Armenia, very strong blitz player, that's I know. And we have Anton Korobov from Ukraine facing Vishianan on board 7. Andrei Yesipenko is back, he's playing on board 8 against Salem Saleh from United Arab Emirates. And I think we will look at game 2, where Ding Liren is playing against Sergei Karyakin. Very, very quick opening. Started as the Catalan, but now it looks more of a Queen's Indian.
It was Catalan with bishop b4
Yeah,
check,
with bishop
and
b4
knight
check,
d2.
and knight went to d2, contrary to the much more popular line where white plays bishop to d2. So bishop b2 was the last move. White is first to finish the development, and knight c6. Look, so this bishop on b4 is a little bit in, not exactly in trouble, but for
Not
instance,
the right place, let's say.
after a3, for instance, you most likely will have to take. Which would probably be fine for black. Ding Liren decided to take on d5. Now,
There are two possibilities.
take with the
With
knight,
knight
take
or with
with
the pawn.
Takes
Knight
with the
is
knight.
more
Karyakin takes with
flexible,
the
I
knight.
think. Also wants to jump on c3 right now.
It's a more solid move, right? Knight d5. E4 is indeed answered with knight to c3. What to do for white? Some queen
Rook
c2 is not clear. I mean, maybe rook c1. Knight e4. Oh, that's interesting. Knight e4 now.
On the other hand, white wants to take on c5 or a3 and then c5.
So black takes on d4, knight takes d4. Well, symmetrical position, symmetrical structure with, so that's quite possible that, resources of attack and defense will extinguish each other, and the game will, finish in a draw. But I would still go with the assessment that white is somewhat better after knight d4. At least I don't see a comfortable move for Karyakin right now. If he takes on d4, then white of course takes with the queen, threatening mate on g7, and black will have to spend one more tempo. So not very pleasant, as confirmed, by the way, with the fact that Karyakin is still thinking. Rook e8, so he's ready to move the bishop to f8. This is what's going to happen. Now he can easily swap on d4. Knight takes, I guess you still take with the queen, yes, and the bishop goes back to f8. protecting g7. So now, white is a bit more active, but he really needs to find, I mean, those advantages in this kind of positions are very subtle, so you have to find the way you develop the initiative, otherwise after 2-3 moves it will be too late. It will be absolutely nothing left for white. Queen to e7, it's a bit passive once again, but very solid, and then he's looking for the way to put his rooks the same way white did it on c8 and d8. Well, potentially.
I cannot see any particular plan for white.
Knight to c3. So, he goes for further simplifications. Well, the thing, however, will be, say, if black... No, black doesn't take, because if black would follow with knight c3, you know, queen c3, white controls both central fires, and that would have been somewhat better for white. He takes, bishop takes, and it's a draw. It's a very quick draw for Dingley Ren and Karyakin, and now, of course, we switch to Magnus Carlsen. We switch to board 1, where Magnus is playing with the white pieces. That's a wrong result if you... I know, no, we are not showing this one on our digital board, but I mean, it was shown as Karyakin has won. It's of course not right, it's a draw. Okay, Magnus Carlsen against Pentyala Harikrishna. Carlsen, I'd say, has a better endgame, especially if the rooks are getting traded. Rook to e6, so Harikrishna keeps the rook on the board. After check on e6, king went to f2.
H4.
Rook h6, h4.
In case of g takes h, what then?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
What is this?
I mean, he's probably planning to take back. Yeah, he takes back. If rook takes, it's apparently king g3.
G3, king f4
kicking the
maybe.
rook back, and maybe rook d4 first. So just to make sure you are winning the c4 pawn. Rook takes. Now he starts with rook d6. He starts with rook d6. Well, his knight is fantastic on c3, guarding both e2 and a2, which are the only two weaknesses.
Now he
rook
goes for
a6.
a7 pawn.
Rook a6 is a possibility. I'm not sure if Magnus is happy to play it. Rook a6, and then he wants to grab both a...
King g2.
King g2. Yeah, simply
I
restricting.
wonder why not king g3. Maybe he was afraid of rook c8, rook h1. Some rook
well,
c1
not exactly
ideas.
Yeah, not exactly afraid, but of course, yeah, he wanted to prevent it. Rook a6, but now black rook is allowed to go to d4, and the king is activated as well. White grabs yet another pawn, but what he's planning to do after rook d2? I think Magnus might have underestimated this move, because now rook goes to d2, next move rook c2.
Rook h4, I can say.
Rook h4, and after rook c2 to take on c4. That's of course possible. That's of course possible, and moreover, I don't see
Bishop
how black
b5 is moved.
Rook c7. So that was an alternative. Rook c7 or rook h4, and Magnus was trying to figure out which one is better. Rook c2, he takes on c4 nevertheless.
Now is bishop b5.
Yeah, now the question is, of course, yeah, what happens after bishop b5? Because he moves the rook to c5, and after bishop e2, he will play king g3. Yeah, white is still better. He's threatening knight takes a4, by the way. He's threatening knight takes a4. And king goes to f4, and it's awkward position. It's an awkward position for black. And he's not taking this one. Rook d5 check. Well, that was a terrible blunder by Harikrishna. I mean, his position was already not pleasant, but he just played king to d6, blundering rook d5 check. He has blundered a piece in one move. So even, you see, the best of us sometimes make stupid mistakes.
Can we move to female section?
Yeah, I mean, we can check board 1, board 2 in the ladies section. On board 1, we have Pia Kramling playing with the white pieces against Tan Zhongyi, current world champion in a classical chess. Well, very sharp position here. Black has an extra pawn, but his king is in danger. And you can see that black has only 6 seconds left. Knight to e5. The king is in the cage, right? If not for this bishop on d5, it would have been check on 8th rank and then mate from h8. So now rook goes to c7, threatening a check after g5. Knight takes h6 was an option. Knight takes h6 would have been made, right? Well, Pia is still moving her pawn. Check here. Where to run with this king? That was not possible to go to d4. Now it's white king which can get mated. King f1. Rook a2. Now she has to understand that knight h6 is actually a check. Knight h6 is actually a check. What's going on? No, that was terrible. She panicked.
She can queen.
She has no. It's the bishop on d5 and rook. It's the bishop on d5 and rook on a2.
Oh.
No, but she should have taken on h6, of course. Now, objectively, white's position is lost, but of course, a lot of stuff can happen. Knight to e5. Quickly, both players are on seconds, literally. Rook b6. Pia is the actual leader, to remind you, but she's closely pursued by a couple of players, I guess. So 2 pawns up for Tan Zhongyi, and this b pawn, and the knight on e5 is gone. Pia Kramling loses the game. She could have won if she would take the pawn on h6 with a check. Well, what I like about Pia, I mean, she's positive. Even though she lost the game, she enjoys the process, not the result, of course, but she likes the...
Yeah, she was about to put the kings. Usually the
indicating
side
the result,
who lost never likes to put the kings
on the second board.
center.
The closest rival of Pia Kramling, Valentina Gudina, has lost.
We just
And
can
Nana
see
Zagnidze is still playing on board 3, and she is winning. So Nana Zagnidze, what was the difference? I think she catches up with Pia Kramling, right? So they will they will both have 10.5 points. Board 3 has finished in the men's section. It's a draw for Vashiela Graf and Mamedyarov. Jan Nepomniachtchi has won against Wan Hao. Peter Swidler made a draw against Yu Yang-yi. Tigran Petrosyan has won against Lek Wan Gliem. Was made on the board. That's impressive. And Anton Korbov has made a draw against Vishiana. That's I'll check board 8 as well. Yesipenko made a draw against Salem Saleh. We are shown board 3 in the ladies section. Katerina Lakhno playing against that board 4. Katerina Lakhno and Irina Krush playing each other. No, but that's like doesn't make sense to play, right? I mean, it's just a draw and the game has finished. So what's the situation after this round? Carson climbs even closer to a leader. Now it's only 1 point which separates him from Sergei Karyakin. It's Karyakin on how many? 10. Karyakin on 10. Pursued by Vashiela Graf.
Dingleren and Nepomniachtchi with 9.5.
9.5. So 3 players are half a point behind Karyakin, and then there should be quite a few players with one point behind. It's Swidler, it's Magnus Carlsen, it must be Shahryar Mamedyarov as well, Dingleren, and many, I mean, not that many, but some other players. In the ladies section, it's a 2-way tie for the first. It's Pia Kramling, who has lost
Nana
but still
Zagnidze?
remains in the lead, and Nana Zagnidze, who has won against Pia Kramling and catches up with her. I think they've already played against each other.
Let me
I think
check.
they've already played against each other.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yes, they played.
All right. So I think that will be it. So don't know if we have any interview or something. Apparently not. So what can we do? Yeah. So I think we go for a break, and round 14 will start in roughly 10 minutes. So don't go away too far.
Well, I think that the organization is really great. Actually, it's the first time I've ever been to such an important worldwide event, and I'm impressed by the organization, by the fact that we have. It's just how we dress. It's amazing. It's so official, and it's so. It's just such a pleasure to look at other players, seeing all of them being...
Organization, I think, is the one of the best. So which I've seen in my chess career. So I think next year, of course, I will come back.
It's a very good tournament. I like a very good atmosphere, and I will come back next year if I can.
I think organization is in a very high level. I play first time in Saudi Arabia, and it is a very strong tournament. The best player from all the world play here, and of course I will play again in Saudi Arabia.
Oh, everything is great so far. Everything is on high level, and hopefully it will be like that for the end of the tournament. So there's no reasons to be worried or to complain at all.
Well, I'm very happy to be here. I think everyone involved has been very friendly and welcoming to the players, and the organization has been top rate. So I would definitely be happy to come back here to play again.
Yeah, to be honest, I was like not sure how it would be, but I'm very happy with the organization and everything is great so far.
Next round we start at 3 o'clock. Next round we start at 3 o'clock.
is she claiming that? I'm explaining that even if the photo doesn't exactly what I She's claiming that what was the
moving by 2.6%. The other player was insisting that she didn't make this. She didn't remember if the arbiter was not here. In this case, is the only what is the opinion of the arbiter, the personal opinion. The arbiter was not here, so we have no confirmation about so in these cases, the game should be continued as this incident didn't happen. So this is what I said to the they have to continue the game, but the player in black offered a draw. So finally, the player in black accepted the draw. Not anybody else, only the arbiter. What counts in this case is the arbiter's personal opinion, not the opinion of the spectators of the arbiter. They have to play fair. The fair play is the most important requirement for such kind of games. Blitz and arbiter. The fair play. This is I argue. They have to play fair. If they don't play fair,
क्या याद करेगा
Welcome back, everyone. So, well, what round is it? Round 14, I believe, yeah. So we have round 14 about to start. I think 1 minute left before the start of round 14. Well, what has happened in two? Was it two? Yeah, 2 rounds. We had already Magnus Carlsen won both of his games. He's still 1 point behind the actual leader, who is Sergei Karyakin. Magnus will play with the black pieces against Shahryar Mamedyarov, while Karyakin is facing Jan Nepomniachtchi. I think this will be the game we'll be looking at. Sergei Karyakin will have the white pieces, and Nepomniachtchi, I remember him last year that he was very, very close to pedestal, possibly lost in the last round. I mean, he was really, really fighting in Blitz. So now, once again, he makes it to a leader's table. How many points he has? Just half a point, eh?
Yeah, he has
half a point difference.
9.5 points.
So half a point difference between him and Karyakin. In the ladies section, as we said, it's a two-way tie. So I don't know what is the pairing here. We'll see it later.
We have the first moves already.
Yeah, so it started and Karyakin went, well, it's interesting because it was a Sicilian. Karyakin has taken on d4 with the knight.
With the queen.
With the queen, yeah, instead of taking with the knight, which is of course a normal move, usual move, he has taken with the queen. Well, and he's not taking on c6 because there is a line where white takes with this bishop on c6, keeping a queen on d4, but Karyakin hasn't done that. Plays very quickly. Actually, both of them play very quickly. Rook to c8, so, well, kind of a Maroczy-Bind structure. Well, finally he ends up taking on c6, bishop c6. We really, guys, please slow down, because we really need to explain something about this position. Now, that's incredible, I mean, how fast they are. Knight to c5, once again, very quickly. Queen to b1.
Yeah, and because this e4 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, that's a clever move, actually. It protects the e4 pawn and as well some b4, b5. You know, b4 is actually, well, I'd say an idea. At least you cannot go back to d7. Knight e6 played by Jan Nepomniachtchi. So he is fine with white taking on e6, where the structure will be changed. Knight e6, f e6. Queen d3 is a possibility. You know, just to go back to ask Jan about his intentions, because I think Karyakin so far been comfortable making draws, right? Oh, well, no, he takes on e6. And now, what's now? Rook f to d1. Queen a5 quickly. Yeah, what I can say, the queen got stuck a little on b1, so Jan tries to exploit it immediately, bringing his queen closer to Karyakin's king. Queen to h5. Already some ideas of taking on f3 were possible. I mean, if queen would remain on b1, then who knows, maybe even some sacrifices. But of course, Karyakin plays queen d3, and now no attack for black whatsoever. Queen is simply too close. So, what's the move for black? Not easy to see. b5 maybe? b5? You need some counterplay, yeah?
Bishop e5.
Bishop e5. That's clever. So, queen h4, queen h4, queen g3. Maybe. Karyakin doesn't pay attention to this. He simply plays b4, wants to play b5 to get even more space on the queen side, and b5 is played by Jan Nepomniachtchi. So, c takes, I guess he takes with a pawn, keeping the bishop. Even though this bishop on c6 is not doing all that much for the time being. I was actually thinking that in some positions black might want to take the knight on c3, then play e6, e5, you know, just making it opposite colored bishops, and would have been, I think in this case, would have been solid.
We have the result on the board 3, Ding-Liren, Vashilagrov made draw.
So, well, a quick draw for Vashilagrov and Ding-Liren on board 3. And here, that's perhaps the first moment in this game where Jan is actually spending some time, Jan Nepomniachtchi. And knight c3 to e2 played by Sergei Karyakin. Bishop goes to d7. Isn't this queen somewhat misplaced all of a sudden on
H5.
h5. Yeah, I mean, as long as it cannot create the threats, I think it might be somewhat out of play, and it's not easy to bring this queen back. a3, oh, well, just in case, so that b4 is protected. The pawn on a3 is, I mean, more or less safe.
Also, it's kind of a waiting move.
Yeah.
Waiting for
Yeah,
black,
waiting
like
move,
what he's
eh?
gonna do.
Queen h4, maybe to put it on f6, right? Bishop f2 played by Karyakin once again. Now Jan can test Karyakin, I think, like playing queen g5 and then seeing if white is ready. White is definitely ready to go to e3. So a bit of psychological fight. Let's see, bishop f2. Now, Karyakin is fine with a draw.
Yeah.
So it is a draw, and we immediately switch to Mamedyarov and Carson to see what goes on board 1. So another draw, which once again gives Magnus Carlsen a chance to step just one more, you know, just to move one step closer to Karyakin, even though it doesn't look like. Pardon me, but in this position, I don't really believe that it's possible to win for black. E takes, knight takes, rook d1, black will have to take on f3. It will be a draw as well for Mamedyarov and Carson, I'm almost sure about that. Both of them are comfortable with the clock. No, still no camera view on Mamedyarov and Carson. I'm just wondering if this game will finish in a draw, then of course we don't need the camera view here. But otherwise it would have been nice to see. No, I don't know what happens. We can't really switch to. We can't really switch, it seems like. Can't see Mamedyarov and Carson. You can see on analysis board what is going on. So, I mean, absolutely symmetrical position. Got to be a draw, normally. Got to be a draw, normally.
But
they are still playing. They are still playing. It's a blitz. It's a blitz. We've seen anything.
What about time?
Well, it's more or less equal. So
Here
40,
we got the camera on the board 1.
45, it was roughly 45 seconds each.
Almost the equal time on the clock.
Well, honestly, not much to talk about. Yeah, Magnus was thinking if he should play queen e4, swap the queens. In this case, however, white takes, goes rook d8 check, rook d7, okay. Rook e7, so Magnus decides to go for this endgame. I mean, he's fine going for this endgame with his rook being on 7th rank. So Magnus clearly indicates that he doesn't mind making a draw here. So it's Mamedyarov who continues playing with b4, b5, because the position got repeated with queen d7 and then back to... well, queen e5. So now he seems to be fine exchanging the queens, because white's b5 pawn will be hanging in this case. Queen to d7 once again, then rook e7 is a possibility. Magnus comes up with a check. King to g1. So what's the problem with rook e7? I'm not really sure. Rook to e5. So he wants rook e5, rook c5, because white also somewhat weakened his... I mean, if the rook gets to 1st rank, you know what happens. A check and then mate on h1. Both of them getting very close to, you know, those last seconds. And now, actually, anything is possible.
Sure about his move.
Yeah, now
he goes back on
actually
d1.
anything is possible, and then I mean anything is possible, and now it feels like Magnus made progress. Magnus made progress.
No, rook e4.
Rook e4. The rook on d1 is still hanging. Check. King goes back. Now a4 pawn is hanging as well. Queen d5, rook e1 check. Mamedyarov blundered badly because after king h2, it's rook h1 check, winning the queen.
Wow.
Queen f2 is winning as well. So it looked like a draw, but Magnus wins yet another game with the help of a terrible blunder, of course, of Shahryar Mamedyarov.
He tried a lot to lose this game.
Yeah, a terrible blunder by Shahryar Mamedyarov, which makes Magnus, well, it's another step for him. He gets a little bit closer.
We have on the camera, this is first the board in the female section.
Zagnidze,
Kostyniuk.
Zagnidze and Kostyniuk. I think who was white here? Zagnidze, so she lost. She lost. I've seen the kings in the center, and then it was okay. Let me confirm on this. Zagnidze and Kosti. No, it's a draw. Pardon me. It's a draw. And on the second board, Pia Kramling has won against Marta Michna. So Pia is. I'm not sure if is that the position. Because
it's really suspicious position.
I mean, A7
too in
A5
the
is a
game,
weird move, and after B takes C5, it's like two pieces up for white. So Pia takes back the lead.
And on the camera,
At
we
board
can
three.
see Gunina Tanzongi.
Board 3, Gunina Tanjongi, where some endgame. Some endgame where black seems to have a fortress, which I'm not sure white can. That was a bit too much. She should not allow king to go to e7 because now it's clearly a fortress. The knight is simply moving to c8 and a7, and you can't make progress. I thought with king on f6 there might have been some tricks, or with king on f8, but not the way it happened in the game. Yeah, because now it is a draw. So all the tries. Not sure.
No
I
chance.
mean,
No
kind of
chance for
to
white
protect
to
the
win.
pawn, to protect the pawn from c4, and then to try to bring b5, but it doesn't help you really. It doesn't help you really. And then what? Gunina is tricky. It's like king d4. She seemingly blundered the
On
e4
e6,
pawn,
but
but she
g4.
didn't. But she didn't. b4. The knight is. Why would you play b4 at all? I mean, it might be good, but. Yeah, king takes b4. Now white actually gets some chances, I would say. The knight gets to d5. So king still cannot go through. Black has waiting moves, king f6. Knight f4 is a risky business, I guess. Actually, after knight f4, I would try king b6, to be honest. Knight e3. Bishop h3, knight d5. It's the second time, or the third time this position is on the board. Bishop here, knight f4 wins the e6 pawn, by the way. Wins the e6 pawn, and then king b6. This moment you have to try king b6. Because you are sure you will not lose, right? With white. And king b6. And white is winning now. Is he? Bishop f5, not letting king to go to c8. So Gunina managed to trick her opponent.
Which
Bishop
was really
e4
impossible at one side.
And that's a Tsuk's one now. And on knight c2, what's very important, bishop takes on c6 with a check. Bishop takes c6, now it's completely winning. b5, just play b5. And then king b6, well, not the most obvious move, I have to say, but still white is completely winning now. Check from h3, it's a nice check, and then the c pawn is moving. So Gunina wins. How many points for her?
She has 9.5 right now.
And the leaders?
If she wins, she
No,
will
I mean,
get.
I understand it will be 10.5,
Yeah.
but Zagnidze was
She has 11 and
11
Pia has
and a half.
11.5.
So Gunina will be sharing from place 3, it seems. Gunina will be sharing from place 3. Anything else we can check? Board 4, by the way, there was Nechaeva Lakhno. Lakhno has won. Board 5, Irina Krush has lost to Gunay Mammadzada from Azerbaijan. And Juvin Jun made it to board 6, and she actually won. So Juvin Jun, the rapid champion, is trying to, to get closer. Is trying to fight for the double title. It's actually, same as Vishy Anand is trying to do. He's as high as board 6 now, Vishy Anand. So he'll try to fight as well. So I think it's
All
a
the
time.
games are over so far.
Yeah, I think it's a time to conclude the round 14 once again. I mean, it's just like those numbers I can't really remember. So round 14 has finished, and the most memorable thing perhaps was the terrible blunder of Shahryar Mamedyarov, which allowed Magnus Carlsen to come that close to Sergei Karyakin. Only half a point between them, and the possibility of those two playing in the very next round is,
very
quite high. Quite high. Magnus will have the white pieces, I assume. Right, stay tuned. So a quick break. We'll be back shortly.
The question on Twitter from Damas, I should not have pronounced that. That was a bit of a trap, yeah?
For those of you who are new to chess, it might look like ba3 is an illegal move here, because white advances pawn 2 squares, not 1. But it's a little something we call en passant. And you can do that, but you have to do it instantly. You can't wait for a move, like let's say play king e7, king g2, and now try, because could I do it?
I'm sorry. This is too funny for words.
This is a software glitch? I'm pretty sure there's not allowed.
Lawrence. Hello, Lawrence. Yeah, I'll play 4 against Lawrence. And now he's going to play something against me which we discussed at length during the course of my stay. Yeah, he told me this is excellent. d5, this was what I was kind of hoping for, because now I think e5 is quite strong. No, Lawrence, this is not how chess works. Sadly, it would be much, much more fun if chess actually worked like this. But I don't think it does. Or maybe it does. Well, that's me regretting what I just said. How did I get from there to here is a little bit beyond me. And what's worse, I will never hear the end of it. My quality of life has just gone downhill tremendously because I'm actually sharing the office with the guy.
So, we are about to start round 15, and guess what? Before that, today, from 12 to 14, it's always been a choice to watch Magnus Carlsen or to watch the actual leader, Sergei Karyakin.
Yeah, but
now there is no
now
choice.
we don't have choice.
Yeah.
We
There
have
is
to
no choice involved. Those two playing each
yeah.
other. Magnus Carlsen made it to the real top boards, right? So now he's trailing just half a point to Sergei Karyakin, who is the actual leader. So it's 10.5. Yeah, once again, I have to check those numbers all the time. 10.5 for Karyakin, and 3 players.
Four actually.
4 players.
It's Carlsen, Nepomniachtchi, Vashi, and Dingliren.
Okay, so 4 players are on 10 points. Carlsen faces Karyakin, Nepomniachtchi versus Dingliren, and Vashiela Graf is playing against Wang Hao. So we'll concentrate, of course, on board 1, Carlsen against Karyakin. We will keep an eye on boards 2 and 3. In the ladies section, we have, well, the leader is back, Pia Kramling. She will have the black pieces against young player from Azerbaijan, Günay Mamadzada, pardon. On the second board, Nana Zagnidze, half a point difference between Zagnidze and Kramling.
She faces Ju and June, the rapid champion.
So Ju and June made it to very top boards, right?
Yes.
So it's how many? However, there is still a huge difference, right? There is still a huge difference. It's Kramling first, Zagnidze second, Gunina on third place, right? Gunina and
shared
Lagno.
with Lagno.
Yeah, it's a very interesting situation in women's tournament where all the leaders have already played against each other. But so far we will be concentrated here, of course. I mean, this matchup has, well, you don't really have to have any special introductions for this one, right?
Yes,
I mean,
right.
it's everything being said. No, those two played the match in New York. Those two, well, it was, of course, a great rivalry for them. Last year in the World Blitz and Rapid Championship, they have tied for the first in Blitz, by the way. Karyakin having the better tiebreak, so he has won it. He has won it in Qatar. Interestingly, last year there was no play of tiebreaks.
What is the position?
Yeah, well, it was the Berlin variation, the Berlin defense in Ruy Lopez. Carson, well, up to Bishop E3, Bishop D6, everything was well known. I think Bishop G5 is somewhat of a new move. At least seems like a surprise for Sergei Karyakin, because look, Carson is still on 306, while Karyakin has spent already full minute. So the usual idea for black in this line is to relocate the knight from F6 to D7, C5, E6, and ideally to end up on D4. And Bishop G5 is fighting against that. So Karyakin goes, Magnus goes Bishop G5, and then this spin is sort of annoying for black. Well, after Karyakin C5, Magnus went for knight D5, exchanged
H6.
the bishop on E7, and then
Where the bishop goes on E3.
Bishop comes back to E3. So now Magnus, I believe, will try to move the knight from F3, play F4, and, well, claim to have a better structure. Knight goes to D2. Yeah. Knight goes to D2, and then he'll
Followed
play
F4.
Knight B8,
wants
yes,
to come
to
on C6
C6,
and
to
D4.
D4, yes. That's still very logical. Rook takes, that's interesting. Rook takes, yet, which allows queen to go to H5, and the other rook comes to F1. All of a sudden, white gets a serious concentration of forces against black's position.
Yeah, there will be like 4 pieces
B6
for
yeah.
on the king side.
Everything's on the king side.
And
Look,
black just made
rook
this
F1,
maneuver, and his knight is on the queen side.
Bishop E6.
I don't like this for black.
Yeah, Bishop E6 now, and then white has to come up with something. F7 pawn is hanging, so it's not much. Oh well, Rook F8. After Rook F8, you know, I even have ideas like the Rook F6. Yeah,
yes.
I mean, it's not clear if it works, but this is something Magnus will try to make work. Even though it feels like a bit of a provocation from Karyakin, on Karyakin's side, to go Rook, you know, to go Rook F8. Well, maybe he wants to keep an option of Queen E5. That's why. Because Bishop E6 would not allow black to go Queen E5. While now he has this chance. For instance, in case of Rook H4, with clear idea to sacrifice. On H6,
Now another piece comes to the
Knight
king.
F3. Yeah, as I said, it's an amazing concentration of white forces on the king's side. So black really has to do something. Well, it could as well be that it's already a bit too late. Interestingly, this light square bishop can't really help. It seems Bishop E6 does not really contribute to black's defense. Well, he ended up playing it nevertheless. Bishop goes to E6. The rook on F4 is somewhat awkward. Rook on F4 is somewhat awkward. I was actually, one of the moves I was looking at, instead of Knight F3, to play Rook F4 to F3 and then to put it on G3, but maybe it was too slow. Rook to H4, clearly threatening to take on H6. Queen G6,
Now
threatening Bishop H6 and threatening
hanging.
Rook H6 in case of Queen F7. So in case of Queen F7, well, actually it might be acceptable for black. Queen F7 if Rook H6 to swap on G6 and then go Knight B4. This
Yeah, I
is
think it's only
yeah,
move.
but Magnus decided not to trade. Queen goes back to G3, which is clever. You want to have pressure on black's position. However, pressure is nice, but
How to defend this H6 pawn?
yeah, it's not easy because now, yeah, Bishop H6 is a threat. Bishop h6 is a threat. And also there are motifs of knight g5. Well, actually, after king h7, knight g5 wins the queen. I mean, I'm not sure if it's that good. After king h7, knight g5, and black will take with f-pawn. That's actually not that... well, no, it is clear. It's better for white. Karyakin is down to 10 seconds, so we... well, knight b4. It was too early. Because I thought he's... Now it's possible to take the... Take the pawn on h6. Yes, black tries, of course, to organize some counterplay with knight takes c2. Knight e5. Yeah, and now it's completely winning. Knight e5. Queen e7. Yeah, he decides to
give this queen.
To give the queen, which should be still winning. But at least, I mean, you know, these positions are not that easy sometimes because black technically has more pieces, right? Queen g6, bishop a2. This is the moment when you have to be brave. You have no chance. But, okay. And now I know how to win this. Rook h7 followed by queen h5. That's exactly what Magnus is doing. Queen h5 with mate to follow. Bishop f6 is good as well. Bishop f6 is good as well.
Yeah, and we have handshake.
Nice victory by Magnus Carlsen. Looks very smooth game from start to finish.
Yeah, very nice game.
It's a nice idea to go bishop g5 to deprive black from this maneuver with the knight, and very convincing conversion of his advantage by Magnus Carlsen, who becomes one of the leaders.
We have the result on the third board. Vasyalagrov made draw with Van Gaal.
Yeah. But second board is still in progress. So now if one of those two is going to win, he will join Magnus Carlsen in the lead of the tournament. And it seems, for the time being, the more chances are for Ding Liren, who has an extra pawn and a pair of bishops against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Queen d4, bishop goes to f8. Queen d4 looked like a serious threat, but
knight h6 is hanging.
Jan is very tricky. Knight g4, and he wants to capture on h6. And there is no king h7 now because e4 bishop is gone with a check. He might...
Queen e6.
Queen?
e6.
e6.
But then take on h6.
He can
and then
still
on e4.
take on a6. Yeah, and maybe, might be better, might be not in this position. Queen e6. Yeah. Yeah, the pawn has to be taken.
Queen takes.
Queen takes the bishop, queen to d2. Alright, it's still annoying for black because queen d4... did he calculate it right? Because that's if you...
Take, and...
takes b3. Yeah, it's
bishop
winning.
should come on b2, and then bishop e6, 7.
Bishop e7, king f1, bishop f6. Yeah, it was winning. b3 with bishop a3 idea. He could have won a piece. Ding Liren. So Jan outbluffed his opponent, and now I think with such a control along diagonal, with threats of h5, h6, I'm not sure if Ding Liren is a favorite anymore in this position. Couple of checks. Let's
now
see.
taking a pawn on h5 probably.
Yeah, he can take a pawn on h5, and he's still in time to go to f7. Yeah, queen c5. Yeah, some unusual trajectories for these pieces. I mean, it's like I would probably play queen f7 like immediately.
Yeah, me too.
Queen e2. That's interesting. The swap of queens, the king will be running to catch up with this pawn, and then g6. No, that's more or less the same.
Bishop f4 was a very nice move.
And g6 might have been better. Because now it does look like a draw. King d5, and the king cannot go through. That means it's a draw on board 2. Vasyalagrov made the draw as well. And guess who is the leader after this round in the men's section? It's Magnus Carlsen himself. We can see the game on board 6 has finished. It's Yesipenko against Dreyev, so one of the youngest players in this tournament against, I believe, one of the oldest, interestingly enough.
In female section, surprisingly, result happened on the first board.
What's the surprise?
Lost the game.
Pia lost the game to Mamadzada, right? And we are shown board, I'm not sure what board it is, board 6.
I can see it's
Javashvili.
Buksa.
Board 6, Javashvili has the white pieces. So Natalia Buksa has an extra pawn. I mean, it's obviously a draw objectively, but you know, in the time trouble, we had seen that literally anything can happen. And yeah, we need those arbiters to look on the games from the other side. That's
that's good.
Yeah, because this way we can't really see anything. Switching to Grishuk, I believe. Grishuk on table 9 against, is it Lekwan Gliam? Yeah, Grishuk against Lekwan Gliam, two former world champions in Blitz, and Grishuk has won this game. That's the final position. Buksa is still playing. So I'll actually go back to ladies section to board 6. Well, we can't really see it from a camera, but since we've started to follow this one, let's see what happens. Javakashvili against Buksa. Now there is little doubt it's a draw because White managed to block this pawn firmly with the king as well. Yeah, you probably just move the knight and take on g5. I mean, I don't know. White decided to keep it as it is. To cut the king is a smart idea. So that black king cannot come
right
closer.
Now, rook d6 is
rook
hanging.
d6, yeah. White wants to play rook d6, and she still can. She still can. So rook. Well, the trade happens. What? Black is still playing. That's not serious. All right. So it is a draw. So what is a new situation given the fact that Pia Kramling has lost? So board 1. I'm checking
as well as
once
Gunina
again.
lost to Kostyniuk.
Kramling lost to Mamadzada. On the second board, Zagnidze has won, so apparently she is the new leader now, because Gunina has lost as well. And how about Lahno? Because she had Lahno made a draw.
Yeah,
Lahno
and she
made
has
a draw.
11 points.
So
it's clear third so far for her.
Clear third for Lahno with
11 points.
11. Kramling is on 11.5, and Zagnidze is on 12 out of 15 rounds, right? So out of 15 rounds, and I think we are ready to conclude this 15th round. At the end of it, we'll have an interview with Ding Liren, who apparently spoiled his chances against Jan Nepomniachtchi. At some point, his position looked winning.
We have Ding Liren here with us, grandmaster from China, who is playing in the top boards now, trying to win this tournament. What can you say about it? How is it going for you so far?
Yes, I was satisfied with my performance until now. In the last game, I had some advantage against Nepomniachtchi. Maybe I missed a win. I should take on d4, then play b3. I have bishop a3 this plan. But
So you think it was winning, at one point, or there is a feeling?
Yes. But anyway, my play was solid and good, I think. So I try to keep my shape here.
Yeah. And you also beat today one of the best players in Blitz, Lekwan Gliam. What was this game about?
It's a very complicated game. I think I must be much worse during one point, and I didn't have enough compensation for the pawn. But I tried to create some counter plays, and at some time I would lake on the clock. I had about 15 seconds, then he had about 40 or 50 seconds here left. But in the end, he played not that powerful that led me to push my pawns. Then my position seems better.
Yeah, we know that in Blitz everything can happen. What was the most crazy moment during these 2 days? What can you remember about your games?
I remember the last game in yesterday. I missed a mate in 3. Then I saw my move played was not so correct because he can just take the pawn, but with so less time on the clock, I just played this move, and fortunately he made a blunder. Although I missed the mating three again, but anyway the position winning.
What can you say about the organization here? How is it going for you? I mean, do you like the playing venue, the hotel?
Yes, it's very nice organized. Although in the first day I was very tired because it has 5 rounds here, but these days I will slowly get used of it.
I think it's because of the travel. I mean, or because you played so many events last month, actually.
Yeah, but anyway, I enjoy staying here. Every morning I play basketball with my friends. Yes.
You still have time to do so.
Yes, we played last 4 days.
So it gives you some extra energy.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. We wish you good luck in the next rounds. Thank you.
Don't smoke too much. I never smoke. No, then you will see. No smoke, no drink? No drink? No drink. So, some red wine. Yeah. Chinese. It's good. I have the red one. The red one is good, but I normally buy great water, but this one is better than great one. This Kremlin. Ah, she's good, huh? Norwegians are rooting for you. Neighbors.
You do? And the Danish? They are not together with us. Really? Who drinks the most, you mean? They did give us a queen. Yeah. So I'll keep in touch with you anyway, what's happening with the match, okay? Once they publish, we will tell you. I will change that again now. No, but it's good. It's not always like it. You're always open, easy. Feel free. I'm pretty sure Cindy told me for Inter transfer to the players. I believe so. Also. I understand. Let's transfer to the players. Okay, we'll see.
welcome back everybody. The round 16 is about to start. So far the day is made by Magnus Carlsen, who simply keeps winning. So we have no choice but to watch his game again. He will have the white pieces against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the player who is just half a point behind him.
There are a lot of players behind him.
So just half a point difference. So it's 11 for Magnus Carlsen and 10.5 for Vachier-Lagrave, Sergei Karyakin, Anton Korobov.
Tink Liren, Tigran Petrosyan, Yanni Pomnishi, and that's all.
Yeah,
I thought it was more.
that means 6 players are just half a point behind Magnus Carlsen. So he has no choice but to keep winning if he wants this title, really. And in the ladies section, we have, what are the pairs?
We have sole leader Nana Zagnidze with 12 points, and Kramling Pia with 11.5.
Yeah, so what's the pairing? Nana Zagnidze is playing with the black pieces against Marta Michna, and Pia Kramling will face Anna Ushenina. Right, well, a higher result in the women's section, right? So 12 instead of 11 what Carlsen has. So it's really a dominance of Nana Zagnidze so far, but Pia is, just following her closely.
Players are ready for the round.
Yeah, players are ready. Well, it doesn't look like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is ready. He wouldn't mind to take a nap, it seems. Okay, let's see. I think the round will start right now.
Generally, he's with his phone between the rounds, listen to music.
Maxime.
That's how he relaxes.
Yeah, I think those breaks between the rounds, I mean, they're very good for us, right? As we can, stop talking finally.
Very good.
But for the players, it's a tough time actually, because you want to be in the rhythm of a tournament, and if this break takes a little bit too long, then.
But it's never more than 15 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, it's sometimes hard to keep concentrated, but here it has to be said. Arbiter's doing a great job. So, everything. Is done very fast, the pairings and stuff, so those breaks are not that long at least. An English opening was played by Magnus Carlsen in this one, in his game against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Sort of a reverse Sicilian, in fact, with e3, bishop e2, d5, and then usually the line goes takes knight d5. I thought d4 was the move, but Magnus Castles. So once again, it seems like he came to this tournament with a lot of interesting ideas. Like he managed to surprise Karyakin great deal, it seems, in Berlin. Now, once again, let's see what this develops to. Will it be, just a reverse Sicilian with an extra tempo, or maybe Magnus has some tricky idea that early in the game? We shall find out. Bishop goes to e7, so Maxime Vachier-Lagrave wants to keep it slow, let's say. Bishop to b5 this moment.
Knight takes on c3.
Knight takes on c3.
Now what?
And d takes.
D takes.
Yeah, well, Magnus loves to play endgames, so why not to try it here? DC3, and he is fine with black taking
if
on.
Queen takes on d1, do you think it will be bishop c6 first, or he wants the bishops on the board?
Not really, no. He wants. I mean, he will speculate on this exchange, but there is no rush with this one. So e4, bishop e6. He will have a chance if he wants. He will have a chance. It's more of using the d5 square, let's say. If white can somehow regroup in order to use the d5 square, like for instance playing knight d2, then bishop to c4 to swap the light square bishops, and knight d2, that's what he does. That was natural move anyway. And then the question is if he will play bishop c4, I mean if he'll be allowed to do that. Knight b3 is another idea. So knight
e5, it blocks bishop c4.
Yeah, so he's fighting against bishop c4, and it actually makes white play somewhat awkward, I would say. King goes to e2, maybe? He has to watch out for c4. Well, he decides to move the bishop back to e2. So to summarize the opening, I'm really sure that there is absolutely nothing for white. Black is perfectly fine in this game, but it's still, it's still a fight. And even the simplest of positions, like it was between Mamedyarov and Carson, it turns out Magnus can win. H3, maybe from G4 he will exchange those bishops now. Rook to D7, bishop G4, yeah, bishops are coming off, and then king goes to E2. King to E2, let's see. Yeah, well, that's an interesting moment, because black has played all the natural moves, right? I mean, it looks very normal to double the rooks on D file, right? Knight A5 was preventing bishop C4, but
now it's take to take,
yeah.
because otherwise it was F5.
Yeah, so G6 takes, but what I wanted to say now, black will have to come up with some sort of a plan, right? B3, all right. So B3. What's B3? F5, F3. Here, yeah, here black won't be able to achieve anything. Yeah, I'm guessing even in case of, F4, G5, H5, black should be fine. B5, so taking some space on the other side of the board. We did not mention this, but Maxim Vachier-Lagrave is a very, very strong blitz player, of course, himself, so I would not really say like Carson is a huge favorite, let's say. So it really depends on the position, on how the game will be going. Rook A to B1 and preparing for... Yeah, I'm not even sure what he's preparing for. Rook D3. Well,
C3 is hanging now.
C3 is hanging. I actually have to say that I really, really like black's position. Now, I'm no longer sure if Magnus has an equality to Rook D3. So it's like Rook D to C1 maybe.
From D, maybe B.
Well, I don't...
This Rook B1 I don't really understand.
Yeah, but... yeah, so he ends up playing this. Yeah, I just thought like, you play Rook B1, it's really hard to accept that you made the lousy move. You have to make move the same Rook again. So actually thought the other Rook had to go to C1.
I feel like next move of white should be knights F1
Knight
or
somewhere to swap the
trade
rooks. Yeah, but then it's clear Magnus's intentions are, he wants to play for a win somehow. Maybe the position doesn't give you a chance for that, but still, he's clearly, so he's not happy exchanging all the rooks, even though he ends up doing this anyway. Knight F1, and then black can just swap everything, go C4, and I don't really see how black can lose. Yeah, of course, it's not necessarily that black is playing for a draw. Yeah, C4 played, B4, otherwise, I don't know. Well, actually, no, Knight D2. Magnus plays Knight D2, so he wants to keep some asymmetry in the structures, and maybe hoping for, hoping that Maxim Vachier-Lagrave will get confused. A5, yeah, another pair of pawns is coming off. I think it will be a draw very soon. That's like Knight C4 if black wants it. Knight C4 anytime. And then you have to trade, and it's just a draw. So yeah, Maxim will... Yeah, and he does play Knight C4, so a draw will be agreed pretty soon, I believe. G4, and then, whatever you do. F4, bishop to F2.
Yeah.
It will be a draw. Yeah, that nothing left to play with. So we are switching immediately to board 2. Magnus makes a draw, and this gives his rivals a chance to catch up with him. So here we have Karyakin and Korobov. In case of a result in this one, the one who wins the game will equal in points with Magnus Carlsen, and the same can be said about Dingley, Ren, and Petrosyan. We also will check how Nepomniachtchi is going to play. So what's going on here? Black has a weakness on D6, and therefore I'd say Karyakin's position is somewhat better, but of course nothing dramatic. Black is should be perfectly fine. Knight c5, well, a little trick. You can't really take it, and knight is heading towards b7. Well, but Korbov takes on a2. Rook d6, a swap, knight c3, right, you have to bring this knight back to the game. f3, and still the knight on c3 is not doing all that much. e6 pawn is hanging, by the way. e5, well, and that's an ugly move to make.
This bishop is
That's
close
a
on
really
G7.
ugly move to make. I mean, yeah, he made it on with only few seconds left, so I can imagine.
96 is possible move now.
96 is possible, but you also might want to play some other move like bishop g5 to cover f6 square and only then to go 96. Now, Karyakin has absolutely different thing in mind. So puts the knight on d3, takes the pawn, rook a2. Now the pin, does that pin do anything? Knight c4, no, it doesn't. Doesn't do anything at all. Bishop c5, now e6 pawn is dangerous. Check on e2, knight d4, attacking the b3 pawn. So black gets some counterplay of his own, and finally this e pawn starts moving. Bishop h6, rook g2 check. Well, what's going on? Korbov is down to seconds. King e4, the king will go to d5. A check, king goes to d5, and then, yeah, no check. Bishop is hanging, e6 is possible.
E6 b3? No, not d6.
Knight to d6, bishop takes, pawn takes. B pawn is moving as well. The d pawn is terribly dangerous. The d pawn, yeah, d7 is a huge threat. Rook here. Takes a check. No, Karyakin is completely winning. Knight to d4, rook e3, no checks. No checks for black. Well, and the king has to go to the last rank. Now it's completely winning. I mean, I'm sure it is completely winning. A check. Now knight e6 is threatening, rook e7 back. d7, knight f5, a check. Queen, well, Korbov is getting some chances. It's an exchange up for Karyakin. Well, the king is cut, so that's got to be hopeless. Knight f7, and now after f4 or h4, king to e6, king to f6, so there are no checks, and rook d8 is unavoidable. Nice technique by Sergei Karyakin, who equals in points with Magnus Carlsen, so it's a tie.
And on the board 3, Dingliren lost to
Tigran Petrosyan. So Tigran Petrosyan wins, and he's one of the few players to tie for the first. So he also is tied for the first. Mamedyarov has won against Nepomniachtchi, so it's a three-way tie, right? Nepomniachtchi had a theoretical chance to catch up with those players, but it means Carlsen, Karyakin, and Petrosyan are leading. Mamedyarov half a point behind, Vyshyalagraf half a point behind, and that's perhaps it. On board number 5, we had Artemiev and Yesipenko. So once again, young lad managed to climb up very high, but he lost to Artemiev. So Artemiev must have a lot of points. Artemiev must have a lot of points as well. So should be like...
so far.
Should be... So how many it is for him?
It's 10.
10 out of... No, I think there is no last result yet. No, he has won already. I see the result. So it's 11 for Artemiev.
So it's 11.
1 point behind Carlsen, it seems. What happens in the ladies section?
In the ladies section, Zagnidze won.
Zagnidze has won again, so she keeps leading. Pia Kramling made a draw
with Oshanina.
So that means Zagnidze is already like 1 point ahead.
And
Kostyniuk played luck. No,
won.
Kostyniuk has won. That's interesting.
That's a mate on the board.
Yeah. And Gunina against Mamatsada. What happened? It's a draw. It apparently was a crazy game. So Natalia Buksa is back at board 5. She has lost to Tanjongi. Well, what a final position with black having 2 extra queens. One of them can be taken, but one will be left. So, other results. Wanhao and Grishuk on board 6. It's a draw. Savchenko-Swidler, the repetition of, it's a draw. Savchenko-Swidler we had, like the last round of Rapid. Right, I think round 16 is finished. So, 5 more rounds to go.
Yeah.
5 more rounds to go. Only absolutely unclear situation in the men's section with 3 leaders, Carlsen, Karyakin, and somewhat unexpectedly Tigran Petrosyan. Someone unexpectedly, Tigran Petrosyan from Armenia, the player who is somewhat lower rated in classical chess, but very, very strong player with Blitz, it turns out. So, we go for another break, and during this break you'll have a chance to listen to an interview with the chief arbiter.
We have Takis Nikolopoulos, chief arbiter of the King Salman World Rapid and Blitz Championships here with us. First of all, Takis, what do you think about the organization of the event in Saudi Arabia?
I believe that it's a very good organization. Really, everything is excellent, I can say. The players have the best conditions. We try to do our best, so I believe that it's a very good event, and everything is okay until now.
Of course, we would like to find out what happened yesterday, and please clarify the situation with this accident which happened in the first round of Blitz Championship between Inarkiev and Carlsen.
Yes, during the game, Carlsen made a move with his rook and give check, but Inarkiev didn't realize this, and he made another move with his knight, giving a check himself to Carlsen. Carlsen was a little bit surprised, I think, because I see the video, and then he made a move with his king, avoiding the check, instead of claim an illegal move. Normally, if he claimed the illegal move by Inarkiev, he should won the game, according to the rules. But then after Magnus' move, Inarkiev claimed that this move was illegal and he should won the game. The arbiter, unfortunately, he was not present. He was following the games in the girls, in the women section. So when he came, Inarkiev explained to him that this move is illegal according to his opinion, and the arbiter unfortunately accepted Inarkiev's opinion. This was a mistake, of course, of the arbiter. The move was absolutely illegal. So when I came and they explained to me the situation, I told Inarkiev that the move is legal and the game should go on. Inarkiev didn't agree. I was trying to explain to him all the regulations. I showed him in the arbiter's manual the relevant articles, Article 8.4.2, and I was trying to explain the Article 8.4.4 when both kings are in check. But Inarkiev didn't agree finally, and he wanted to make an appeal. I asked him if he will continue the game, he wants to continue the game. He told me that the position was lost for him and he does not want to continue. So I gave the point to Magnus, the score was 1-0, and I told Inarkiev to make an appeal. I invited the appeals commission. I explained to them exactly on which articles I based my decision. I gave him the relevant articles of the laws of chess. They had their meeting and finally they decided to reject Inarkiev's appeal. Of course, they heard Inarkiev, they heard his opinion, and finally they decided to reject his appeal. They said that the decision of the arbiter, my decision, the chief arbiter, was okay, and so the result remained 1-0 for Carlsen.
I think now everything is clear after your explanation. Do you think there are some misunderstandings in the internet? Would you like to add something?
Yes, I read some opinions on Facebook, on social media. People were accusing Inarkiev that he was cheating. He made all this on purpose in order to win a lost position. Actually, after the game, after the round, all the games of the session were ended, I had a conversation with Inarkiev, and I explained again to him, article by article, what was the situation. I explained him again Article A4.2 and A4.4. I believe that probably he understood what was the case. In my opinion, he didn't cheat, of course. I believe that he had misunderstood these laws of chess about rapid, and I think many players, many top players, don't understand correctly all these laws.
I think it was a really complex situation.
I have to admit it, that there is all these articles of the laws are a little bit complicated. And I'm thinking to organize a seminar online only for players where we can explain to them exactly all these laws and rules.
I think it's a great idea, actually.
I think we have to do it. We have to help players and to help us, arbiters, ourselves in such case. And additionally, I have to say that it's not nice to shoot the arbiter. Okay, it was a mistake, of course, of the match arbiter, but okay, arbiters are human beings and sometimes they make some mistakes. The main point is that we corrected this mistake. This is the role of chief arbiter. The chief arbiter corrects the wrong decision of his arbiters during the tournament. So we corrected, everything is okay, and I hope we will not have such an incident again until the end of the championship.
Yeah, I think in Blitz, when everything is decided on seconds, anything can happen. Actually, these events, are special ones. Did you have any other accidents?
Yeah, we have some funny accidents with 2 moves in a row, for example, some such claims. But in general, I can say that there are no huge problems, and we can arrange. Let's say we can cope with every situation during the tournament.
As I understand, this case in Arkiev Carson will be described in details in the next manual for arbiters, right?
Of course. In the next magazine, probably. Magazine number 6, probably we have a full explanation about this case. It was a really unique case, and we have to clarify this so in future we don't have similar cases.
Yeah, thank you very much, Takis. I think now everything is clear. Thank you for your help.
Thank you very much.
Hvor kjapt man flytter, bare en sånn morogreie, hvor kjapt man flytter brikker og slår på klokka. Bare hvis du trenger noe sånn.
So, another round is about to start, and what do we have? We have three leaders in the men's section. We have Nana Zagnidze as the sole leader, right? Do I remember this one right?
Yes.
Nana Zagnidze is the sole leader in the women's section. Nana Zagnidze will play with Jansaya Abdumalik, a young player from Kazakhstan, and we did not see Jansaya before, right? In this tournament on higher boards. So Zagnidze against Abdumalik. Kramling will play with Lietingye. Tan Zhongyi with Alexandra Kostynyuk. Those are top three pairs in the women's section. And in the men's section, Tigran Petrosyan will play against Magnus Carlsen. And on a second board, Sergei Karyakin faces Shahryar Mamedyarov. To remind you, Karyakin, Carlsen and Petrosyan are in the lead. Mamedyarov has half a point less.
Mm-hmm. As you can see, the first moves are already on the board.
Yeah, very, very fast, very fast play in the opening by both, let's say, on both the boards 1 and 2. Mm-hmm. Once again, we will be looking at Magnus Carlsen. So, Tigran Petrosyan, he went for a King's Indian attack, right? So, developing the pieces exactly like Blackwood in the King's Indian. So c3 and a3. He wants to play b4. And Magnus allows him to do this. Castles b4, a6, preventing b5 just in case. Knight goes to d2. I think bishop, now h6 probably you start with. Start with h6, then you put the bishop on e6. Something like that.
To avoid knight g5.
Yeah, now he goes bishop e6 immediately.
What if knight g5?
Yeah, how about knight g5 now? How about knight g5 now? Yes, it's played. Bishop goes back to d7. Knight to c4, h6. And yeah, we'll have a transposition actually. Well, interestingly enough,
it takes the time to...
Petrosian started to think, so we can say...
There's a possibility to take on f7, d6, and then b7 is hanging.
Well, he takes on d6, h5, takes on b7, and takes on c5. So he'll have 3 pawns for this piece.
And g5 pawn is hanging.
g5 is hanging as well. Very early, the situation in the game is unbalanced. And not in a pleasant way for Magnus Carlsen, I have to say, because so far his position is not that pleasant. Okay, he decided to go g4, which is a desirable move in terms of the structure, but this allows white to, well, to take on d7. I don't think it will be taken immediately, but, you know, in the long run, this bishop, it always will be on d7, so white will sooner or later take it, and we'll have 2 bishops and 3 pawns against 2 knights and a bishop of Magnus Carlsen. Well, very early the situation got unbalanced. But white, on the other hand, white also needs, needs development. Bishop to g5, which is yet another annoying move. Yeah, not that pleasant the situation is for the top seat. Queen b3, so coming a little bit from one side, a little bit from the other side. Knight d8, so Magnus seemingly knows where his pieces are going to be placed.
He wants to go knight e6 to trade some of the pieces.
Yep, bishop e3, knight goes to e6, trying to force some actions, because this knight on c5 is really on dominant square. So what Magnus wants to achieve is that white will somehow react to his maneuvers. He takes on c5 by himself, and finally his bishop is still alive. I mean, feels like a relief for Magnus. Queen goes to a4. So what to do for black now? White pawns are not yet moving. Well, d4 is actually an idea, right? d3, d4. d3, d4 is actually an idea. How about a5
but then
here?
Bishop c4 comes.
Yes, so just like not to react. Yeah, maybe a5 is the...
Yeah, I was thinking about a5, but...
a5, but then,
white pawns are blocked so far. Why a5?
Yeah, just want some play. I mean, I'm trying to... Well, knight c6. Knight c6, well, it allows d4 now, and he will still play bishop c4, right?
Bishop c4.
Bishop c4. So now if d5, where the knight is going? After d5, where the knight is going? To b8 and d7. So this will be blocked.
This bishop will be off from c5.
Yeah, bishop f1, but look, I mean, just look at those pawns. Rook takes, knight to d7, and then Magnus has to take the pawn on c3 after bishop e3. No, he didn't.
No, d7 knight is hanging.
d7 knight was hanging. Yeah, but he found similarly a very nice way. Knight f6.
Now e4 and c3
attacking the pawn on e4, and in case of queen c2, queen c4 will block those pawns. That's very important. I just thought that if white gets, the pawns on c5 and d5, they definitely worse a piece. So Petrosian decided to sacrifice the pawn on e4, but to set his mass of pawns in motion. Queen f5. Well, black has got some ideas on the king side, even in a slow way, like bishop f6, king g7, rook comes from h8.
You mean the play on the king side? Also, knight can jump from g5 to f3, h3, not in particular position, but
later, of course, all the pieces will be joining. So I think the situation is favorable for Carlsen now, because pawns are threatening, but they are a little bit too far just yet. So it's not like pawns on d7. d7, c7, rook a to c1. Okay, another preparation move. Bishop f6. Yeah, he starts with this plan. Bishop to f6, king to g7. Well, possibility to go bishop g5 as well. Then, you know, if white takes, to take with the knight. c5. Let's see, king g7, rook h8. Yeah, I like the plan because anyway, rook on e8 is not doing all that much. It runs under some attacks with d6, d7, runs under tempo.
Now rook h8 and rook h2 is a threat.
Rook h8, yes, and rook h2 is a potential
Don't buy
threat.
the other rook on h8 and queen f3 mate on h1.
Let's see, f3. So therefore, Petrosyan is trying to...
There is g takes f, rook takes f,
gf3,
queen
rook
takes
f3,
f,
that's the
and
idea.
bishop h6.
That's the idea. gf3, of course, yeah. Knight goes to g5. Let's see. Petrosyan wants to take this this knight with the bishop, but bishop takes. The rook on c1 is attacked. Yeah, the situation changes completely. Now I'm actually sure that Carson has to be winning, but it's still not easy for him. Queen to d7. Let's see, d6 and c6 is a threat. How about c6? No. Queen c3 check first, king goes to g8. Rook, where the rook is going? Rook f2, e3, pawn is moving closer and closer. Queen c6, the pawns are blocked. Yeah, I think now Magnus is the favorite. Queen d5. Well, nice move, controlling. I mean, queen d2 becomes a threat, and he also controls the movements of those pawns. The pawns are no longer that threatening. A takes, rook a2.
Is open.
Rook a2 is brilliant move. I mean, especially that Petrosyan is down on the clock.
One
Queen
second,
e1.
he made the move on
Queen
1
e1
second.
takes. The bishop is still hanging. The rook a8. Rook a8. Rook a8 and rook a2 winning a queen. King h3 tries to run away. Still rook a2. And now a check from e6 will be deadly. e2. Check from e6 and e1 queen to follow. Very nice victory by Magnus Carlsen. Well, Tigran Petrosyan himself sacrificed the piece. He was not forced to, but it looked like a promising sacrifice.
It was very interesting, yes.
It was, yeah, apparently it was very interesting sacrifice, but it was refuted, at least in this game, by Magnus Carlsen. Right, and then the discussion, yeah, and the second board is still in progress. Karyakin versus Mamedyarov. Karyakin is a knight up for 2 pawns, so Mamedyarov still has chances to make a draw, but we don't know what's going to happen. Knight d5. Queen takes a4. Knight takes on b6. Well, seconds for both players. Queen from a4. So he wasn't sure where the queen is going. That was spectacular.
Where the queen was
moment.
actually.
That was a spectacular moment because yeah, it was not easy to. Well, and now his king is about to get mated. Actually, Queen e8. And it's all over. It's all over. So it's between those two, Karyakin and Carlsen. Now it's between those two. Karyakin.
On the board 3, Vashi managed to win.
Vasiliagraf managed to win against Artemiev, but he's still half a point behind. On board 1, in the ladies section, the game is still on. It's Nana Dzagnidze, the current leader, who is playing against Jansai Abdumalik, and Nana Dzagnidze just lost. So what does it mean?
F2, F1,
yeah,
and cannot
F3
stop.
and F2 is coming. What does that mean? So Jansaya, how many points she had?
She had 10.5, now 11.5.
And so she's still behind Dzagnidze.
Yes.
And on second board, Kramling and Lietinger, it's still in progress. Board 2 in the women's section. Wonder if we can see this one, because if Kramling wins, she's the leader once again. It doesn't look like she's going to win. That's the game in progress. Well, Bishop e4 with a check. Kramling is winning. I'm sure she's winning. Well, why would you take one?
Yeah, why?
Yeah, I mean it was clear that
Queen C4.
yeah, they're both short on time. Queen c4, of course, was much better move. King ran all the way to h3. Can you imagine?
Catch this Queen g2 now.
Can you imagine?
Can Black stop this?
Yeah, well, it's such a big. And she blunders mate. She blunders mate in one. So Pia Kramling wins once again, and she's the leader. She's back to a leading spot in the women's section. We are shown, meanwhile, while we were talking about game 2, we are shown what board it is. It
9.
must be
9.
Yeah,
9 or
it's
8.
board 10.
Oh.
It's board 10, Stefanova and Natalia Buksa. Well, Antonetta Stefanova has an extra pawn in the rook's endgame. I think she's winning now with king c7 and king is going to b8. Black have made a very strange move, king e6. She could have gone king f5. Rook h1, what's that? I mean, you just promote there.
Just a move.
You just promote there, check. You can't do much. Nah, come on, it's an extra rook. It's an extra rook. So strange. Yeah, rook a4.
Well, she goes first on f and then comes back.
Well, doesn't matter, as long as she's winning. Yeah, so it's Kramling half a point ahead of Zagnidze, and anyone else possibly?
Actually, not.
No,
They
so
are
Kramling-
equal. They're equal.
It was a full point difference.
Mm-hmm. So now both them, they have 13.
13 out of
17.
7 out of 17. Yes, 13. Yeah, for some reason I thought that. So it was full point difference before this round. Okay, on board 3, Alexandra Kostyniuk. What has happened there? Let me see. It's board 3, Tan Zhongyi against Kostyniuk, and Kostyniuk has lost. She was already a piece down and she blundered more material. Well, what an exciting finish is waiting for us. 4 rounds to go.
In
And-
both sections, there are 2 people sharing first and second places.
Yes, but, well, of course I'm talking about men's section, because Carson and Karyakin, you know, it's like eternal fight since they played this match. And then in every tournament, when they play together, it's always, I mean, it drives attention of public. I mean, who's gonna win? Who's gonna win this one? So last year they ended up sharing the first place, Karyakin having the better tiebreak. If it will be the case now, it will be other way around, because Carson has won the direct encounter.
Mm-hmm.
So the tie is not an option for Sergei Karyakin anymore. He has to score more points than Magnus Carlsen in those 4 remaining games. So I think that's it. The next round starts in
About
roughly
15
minutes. We'll come on air a bit earlier with, with updated cross table and everything, because I hope to figure out who is fighting between those. I mean, apart from those two, who is fighting for the top places. We have to calculate the points. Stay tuned, people. We will be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone. 4 rounds to go, and it's all open for the title of a World Rapid Champion in both sections, right? So Karyakin and Carson are leading in the men's section, and it's Zagnidze. It's between Zagnidze and Kramlik in women's. What are the pairing? What's the pairing? What are the pairs we have on the top boards? I can see Zagnidze is playing with Ushenina. If I'm correct, it's
Ushenina, Zagnidze, first board, second board, Coulon Claudia, Kramling PM.
Okay,
And
so
third
Claudia,
is Gunina
Abdulmalik on board for June, and June tries to, still maybe a chance for double title for her. In the men's section, it's Vishy Anand against Sergei Karyakin on board too, and this is normally the game you cannot miss. But still, we will be watching Magnus Carlsen, who is playing on board 1 against Dean Gliren. A check on B4 line, the same line Karyakin was playing against. Whom it was? I don't remember. Karyakin gave this check on B4. Remember, he made the draw. I think once again against Dean Gliren. Was it the same? So. Yeah, it feels like it was the same player, Dean Gliren, to make a. Yeah, to play this C5, Bishop B2, exactly the same line.
I have a feeling like they already played each other this position.
Yeah, so that's the first deviation from a previous game where Karyakin has played knight C6 against Dean Gliren. Magnus goes for knight to D7. A3, Bishop has to take on D2, and knight takes on D2, opening the diagonal for a bishop on G2, so that the pawn on D5 is still pinned. Magnus quickly takes on D4. Let's see, I think we will get one of those simplified symmetrical positions which seem to be drawish, but we've seen everything. We've seen, well, if you just think the position Magnus won against Mamedyarov, right, when it was clear he was slightly worse, but I mean, if anything, it could have been a draw, but no one could imagine that this position is possible to lose with white. Okay, let's see what happens here. Meanwhile, we will keep an eye on Anand and Karyakin as well. Because, as I said, only 4 rounds to go, and a tie is in favor of Magnus Carlsen. Right?
I have already result on the second board. I don't know how correct is it.
It's a draw? Or? Yeah, I mean, it cannot be anything but a draw. So I'll just quickly open the... Karyakin offered the draw early in... it was a Berlin with rook e1, which already has kind of a very drawish reputation, and Karyakin offered the draw quite early, which was accepted by Vishy Anand. So I think, that's a very, very important game. If Magnus wins, he becomes the sole leader with 3 rounds to go. So, Queen e7 was played and white went rook c1. Magnus fell below on the clock quite a bit, almost a minute difference for him and Ding Liren. And still the situation is not very comfortable for Magnus Carlsen because his bishop on b7 is still not protected, therefore he cannot solve the tension in the center. He can never take on c4, that's the problem. Well, on the other hand, it's not obvious how white is planning to continue. Is there moves like e4? Not really. Not really. Well, white also has some, you know, queen b3. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say, that white wants to move the queen. But after queen b3, dc4 is actually possible. dc4 is possible, which Magnus immediately plays. Bishop takes g2, king takes g2. Still a bit more space, a bit more pleasant position for white. I mean, at least it looks like. Any results somewhere?
Not really.
Not really, maybe...
Not even...
No, so that was only one game, yes? It looks like it was only one very quick game. Karyakin and Anand make it... Oh, well, some pins. e5, queen e6. The knight on c4 is no longer safe. Now the feeling is like you play a move like h6 maybe. Because already some, you know, some back rank threats. Already some back rank threats. Knight to f8 played by Magnus Carlsen, using the fact that white cannot take on e5. Or he can. Well, rook takes, rook takes. Can't bishop just take on e5? Ah, well,
b5?
And then b5 happens, yeah. b5 happens, and what's important, after bishop f6, black has b takes c4.
Yeah, with a tempo.
Queen goes to f3, rook to c8. Once again, e5 pawn is a taboo. And it feels really awkward to move the knight back. Well, I think Magnus managed to equalize. So now the feeling is like white will have to move the knight to e3 maybe. I mean, just if you have to go back with the knight, that means black is doing fine. Still no move from Ding Liren, and they're almost equal on the clock, so exchange of rooks happens. e4, queen goes to f4, queen a2. Where the queen is going.
Unpleasant hanging on e2.
Yeah. That's queen a2 is quite an awkward move to face, because yeah, e2 pawn is hanging. King f1 you probably don't like. Queen to c7, queen takes e2, queen takes a7. Now, well, Magnus, I mean, his queen side pawns are falling. He has, you know what, he has knight d5 if he wants a draw. Knight d5, when knight takes its perpetual check from f3, d1, and in case of king h3 from h5. But he's looking for more, I believe. Yeah, h5. So making a luft for the king, then knight comes to g6. He's trying for an attack, which is quite logical.
Also, h4 can be very unpleasant at some point.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why h5, not h6, right? So that he at some point he wants to play h4, open the king. So he's putting a bet on that he's say he's not worse. He will always have a chance for perpetual, and he's trying to play for more. And now everything will be decided on last seconds, right? It's 40, well, almost equal time. And after some consideration, Ding Liren decided to take the pawn on b6, h4. h4. I'm yet to see what happens after gh4. Apparently knight goes to g6. Queen c6. Queen c6. And the b pawn will start moving, you know. The b pawn will start moving. Magnus better make sure that he has a perpetual, because knight g4 attacking the pawn on f2.
He wants to trade knights, and when the knights are off the board, then
then of course he wants
white
h3,
has lots
right?
of problems after h3.
Takes, queen takes, then queen f3 is an option as well.
Queen
and h3.
c3.
h3 is a threat, right?
All right.
Yeah, queen c3. He will have h3. King
King
f1
f1
will be needed. Check from d1. You know, queen
Queen
e1,
e1.
queen f3. Maybe he will be in time to take the pawn on h2. Queen c4. So that means Ding Liren
He
is
wants
ready.
to come up from f1.
He will go to g1 and Yeah, h3 of course will be played. Knight goes to g6. So now this knight starts
comes
jumping.
on e5 and f3 or from h4 maybe.
Knight e5. Now queen f1 is the only move. Right. But does Magnus have... I mean, I don't see what he has here. Because, I mean, it looks very awkward. Looks very awkward. Yeah, and he was about to drop this pawn and he comes back with the knight. And it turns out he doesn't have any threats. He doesn't have any threats. Okay, knight c4. But what's the threat? Threat is to give a check and to take on e3, right? He's still... Yeah, well, knight e3, queen e6. Well, not so much time left. Queen to b3. Well, still the king is weak, so there are chances. Queen takes a4, queen b1, queen to c4, queen a5, and he wants queen d2. b6, queen to d2.
Queen f1 is only move.
Queen f1 is only move. Now Magnus certainly has the perpetual. He can try for more, and he does. Queen c5, so queen f2 is met with e3. He might be winning in this one as well.
It's e2 and e1 cannot
e2,
stop.
well, and now he can take. Now he can take. Next move being queen b. Well, queen b1 is tricky. It is a draw. Interestingly enough, yeah. If the queens are swapped, it is a draw. No, queen e4 is of course convincing move. Now, no doubt Magnus is winning objectively, so he decides to simplify the position. Takes the pawn on h2. Now some threats of perpetual check. Some threats of perpetual check. Well, I'm not sure about Magnus's decision to simplify, to be honest. Not sure at all. A check given. Now king g3, a check, king h4, and white will be... yeah, h2. And how about perpetual check? There is no check.
No, because e4 square is taken by g2.
There is no check on e4. Well, what a game. What a game. I believe at some point he really took too much risk and he was apparently in danger of losing, but the end of the day Magnus Carlsen has won his game in round 17, right? It was round 17.
No, 18.
Yeah.
18.
18. Yeah. Well, I still cannot count.
So many
properly.
rounds.
Cannot count properly. Whatever. 3 rounds left, and he's the sole leader again with an incredible score. So today it's been 7 rounds. And he has scored 6.5 out of 7.
It's his day today.
It's his day today, it seems. Well, but we will see what will happen in those last 3 rounds. Karyakin makes draw. Petrosyan and Vachier-Lagrave. Petrosyan has won against Vachier-Lagrave. So his appearance on those top tables was no fluke. I mean, he really has it. On board 4, for the first time, it's Levon Aronian. I almost forgotten Levon Aronian is playing in a tournament. He made the draw on board 4. On board 5, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Yu Yang-yi. Jan Nepomniachtchi has lost. He got mated in the endgame. On board 6 was Vladislav Artemiev against Alexander Bortnik. Vladislav Artemiev has won. In the ladies section, let me check quickly what has happened.
It shows me that first board is still in progress.
The first board in the ladies section is still in progress, right? It's a queen's endgame where Dzagnidze is winning, I believe, against Anna Ushenina, and now there is no doubt she's winning. The queens are getting exchanged. The h2 pawn cannot be
On the
stopped.
second board, Coulon Claudia, Kramling Pia was draw.
It's a draw, yeah. Claudia Coulon and Pia Kramling made the draw, so that once again means that Dzagnidze is the sole leader, right? That's a board 13, I guess, or 14. Anastasia Bodnaruk with the white pieces.
Corey, Daisy.
Yeah, with Daisy Corey from Peru. Move 90, can you imagine? So Bodnaruk with black tries to defend the position. Well, and I think she's kind of claiming that threefold, I guess. I thought she's claiming that threefold repetition, or what else could it be? What else could it be? Yeah, the arbiters, they'll check it now. Yeah, I think the game will be stopped. So we'll quickly check the other results in the women's section on the top board. So once again, Dzagnidze wins. Kramling makes a draw. Gunina wins against Zansaya Abdulmalik. So what does it mean? So we'll...
Dzagnidze is leading with 14.
14, then
followed
Kramling.
by Pia,
13 and a half. You have half a point. Yes,
and
Gunina.
Gunina 13.
13. So 1, 2, 3. On board 4, Ju and June made a draw against Tanjongi, so they have less points, obviously. So we have like a leading trio. Zagnidze on, well, that's an impressive score once again, 14 out of 17. And how much Magnus has? How many points Magnus has? 13 and a half.
13 and a half.
13 and a half. So still Zagnidze is more dominant in the ladies section with 14 points. So only 3 points she gave to her opponents. So we are waiting for those 3 final rounds to start. And well, the leader is the man who spent this tournament on first board, on first table, but it's only today that he's has all the right. He has all the right to be there. Magnus Carlsen won a it was a thrilling game indeed against Dean Lee-Ren. He has won it with the black pieces. So he has it now. Everything is on him. If he has a good finish, he will become World Blitz champion. Stay tuned. We will be back shortly.
We have here Rami Altassan, the Vice President of Saudi Arabia Chess Federation, here with us. Can you please say some words about this tournament? How do you find it to be here? And how difficult it was actually to organize this event in the short term?
Okay, there were no difficulty. During 2 months, Saudi Arabia successfully could establish this tournament. And as you see in the players from all over the world, they are very happy for this tournament, and the atmosphere make them feel that they are home.
Yeah, actually, I see also many local people coming here. Do you think this event became popular? Also in local people and also in the media.
Exactly. Everybody like the tournament for the chess. It's first time in Saudi Arabia, but it looks like it's familiar to them. So in the future, we are going to make it more and more as the players they ask for this one.
Also, it's a really important event for the chess world because it's a world championship, and of course it's an important event for Saudi Arabia. Do you think it will help to develop chess in the country? What are your plans for the future?
Exactly. There is many players before this event. We couldn't find them, or there will be a rise to this event. So it was a dream for us to be in this event. But now we brought this event, this champion. We brought it in Saudi Arabia. So actually, we're gonna have a good future for this game.
Are you going to develop also chess in school program here in the country?
Yeah, exactly. We have a plan for this one to develop schools and also academic for this game.
Also, I know that the national team was participating in the last Olympiad. What are your future plans maybe for the team? Are you going to fight for the better prizes next year?
Exactly. Some of them they win in this tournament, so that shows that they're having good future and good rates in the future, in the coming days. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the interview, for your comments, and we wish big success for Saudi Arabia Chess Federation in the future. Thank you.
A question on Twitter from Damas. I should not have pronounced that. That was a bit of a trap, yeah?
For those of you who are new to chess, it might look like ba3 is an illegal move here, because white advances pawn 2 squares, not 1. But it's a little something we call en passant. And you can do that, but you have to do it instantly. You can't wait for a move, like let's say play king e7, king g2, and now try, because why could I do it?
I'm sorry. This is too funny for words.
This is a software glitch? I'm pretty sure this is not allowed.
Lawrence. Hello, Lawrence. Yeah, I'll play 4 against Lawrence. And now he's going to play something against me which we discussed at length during the course of my stay. Yeah, he told me this is excellent. d5, this was what I was kind of hoping for, because now I think e5 is quite strong. No, Lawrence, this is not how chess works. Sadly, it would be much, much more fun if chess actually worked like this. But I don't think it does. Or maybe it does. Well, that's me regretting what I just said. How did I get from there to here is a little bit beyond me. And what's worse, I will never hear the end of it. My quality of life has just gone downhill tremendously, because I'm actually sharing the office with the guy.
only 3 rounds left to finish the World Blitz Championship. The round number 19 has already started. Magnus Carlsen, the sole leader in the men's section, is facing Vladislav Artemiev. Well, surprising player from Russia. Well, surprising for anyone, but not for me, because I know he's a very strong Blitz player. On a second board, Karyakin.
You already mentioned that, I think.
Yeah, I think I said
the
that.
very beginning.
Artemiev is a very dangerous player. On the second board, it's Karyakin against Yu Yang-gi. On board 3, we can see Vishy Anand. So Anand really wants the second medal in this tournament. I mean, he already won the Rapid Championship, so let's see if he will climb to pedestal in Blitz as well. So we will be watching, of course, Carlsen and Artemiev. Very quickly, this game develops a theoretical line in the Grunfeld. Let's see how it goes for Vladislav Artemiev. He played with Magnus Carlsen in Rapid. He has played with Magnus Carlsen in Rapid, but there he was with the white pieces. The game finished in a draw. Meanwhile, let's mention that in the women's section we have the more or less similar situation. We have one leader who is Nana Zagnidze. We have Pia Kramling who is just half a point behind. And we have a clear third.
It's a Gunina.
Yeah, it's Valentina Gunina who has clear third spot. And actually I was checking a little bit, and in women's section it seems, well, it's still 3 rounds, but the distance, let's say, between place 1 and like place 7 is already quite big. And that means that we have a limited pool of players who can theoretically win it. So it's like Zagnidze cannot be moved too far away, right?
Yeah.
She might not win the event still, but she's like in top 5, yeah, almost guaranteed top 5, unless she loses all 3
As
games.
she's Georgian, I said top 3.
Yeah, well, I think, I don't really see the situation where she will lose all 3 games. I mean, so far it looks like she's in a very good form. Okay, let's go to Carlsen and Artemiev. Artemiev pushes his... well, first of all, he played this, well, bit unusual plan, I would say, with bishop d7, queen c8. Pushed his a-pawn, and now this rook d5. Somewhat surprising move.
Rook wants to go on h-file.
Yeah, it might be that rook goes to h5. It might be that, I mean, if the a-file is getting open, like a takes, then rook can go to...
And now
so he promotes
a5.
g4. That's interesting. Rook d5, rook h5, g4, and then what? I don't really think you have.
Rook a5 now.
Yeah, rook to d5,
rook d5
back, and so he waits to tempi, but the pawn is on g4. Pawns, as we all know, are not moving back. So some h5 now is the move White has to care about. Carlsen already has some time advantage, but Artemiev, if necessary, he can play very fast, and he, well, I've just seen him playing the Rapid, and he rarely blunders. He's very inventive in tactics. So Magnus, in order to win this one, and obviously we all know Magnus is looking for a win in every single game, in order to win this one, Magnus will have to show his best. So AB3 happens. A-file so far is for black. White's achievement is the knight on c5, right? And some pressure on c-file as well. Well, but this time it looks like Artemiev goes a bit too low on the clock. I mean, he's down to 1 minute, so it's more than 1 minute difference, and he still can't come up with the move. I think that's what separates those, I mean, like elite players, we say, the very top, the top 10 players. That
they don't take a lot of...
yeah, well, I mean, that's one thing. And also, I want to mention that even in, say, in a kind of simplistic positions, there is still... well, was it a blunder by Magnus Carlsen, by the way? Because he went rook a1, and I think that was the moment where black could have taken on b2 and on c5. I think it was a moment of mutual blindness. Because it was, I'm sure. Rook a2, he went rook a1, and now black could have taken on b2 and then on c5, emerging with extra material. So, well, it's a bad sign for Magnus, I have to say. And I was informed, actually, in one of the games yesterday against Varuzhana Kobian, Magnus has blundered as well. I mean, it was not, his opponent did not see, but yeah. So, well, a little bit of luck involved as well, we can say. Right, so now this knight on c5 is getting exchanged, rook takes, and d5. Right, and remember I mentioned the a file is for black, but now who's going to have the rook on a file? It's going to be white. Takes, takes, and he can, I mean, if he wants, he can go to a1. He will probably go to c1 instead.
Yeah, because of this pawn on c7.
Yep. Also, there is knight e5. Optically, white's position looks very attractive. He has more time as well. More time, more space. I mean, what else can you ask for? So to jump with the knight to e5 is
What about
an
some
option.
check and
Check,
then
yeah.
g5, knight e5, knight g4 ideas?
Well, so what he does like...
He wants to get e-file.
He does what, I mean, like a mixture of our plans with Katy, right? So he gave a check, but then he went rook a1 and rook d6. So the idea is if rook goes to a8, black will play rook a6, making sure that rooks are getting exchanged. Now, white can try to improve his knight's position. It's like b4, okay.
Wants to play b5?
To get even more space, right?
Yes, and to block this rook to come on a6. I think it's time to play a6. Rook a6.
e6. e6 played by Vladislav Artemiev. So now what? Now d5 pawn, well, it's not clear. Yeah, Magnus decided to take. It wasn't clear to me if, let's say, e takes d5 was such a big threat, because why would have e5 in this case and then still would have a majority on the king side. Alright, knight to g5, rook a6, and now you probably want to come to d-file back, right? Queen b3 attacking f7, queen e8, and then rook to d1 threatening rook d8. And this is problematic because, yeah, you have
Maybe
no
knight
time.
f7, no.
You have no time for h6, I wanted to say. Yeah, so Artemiev decided to go rook d6, but this of course creates additional weaknesses in his camp. So queen goes to d5, queen e7, and then b5 stops this knight from moving. b6. Now he might want to move the knight from g5. It's done its job. Queen to a8. Queen c7, not going for a rook endgame. Well, queen's endgame, obviously. King g7, now Magnus has a chance to give a check from a1. Yeah, that's what he does. Queen f6. Looks like another achievement. And then b5 pawn is kept. There was a moment of hesitation. Did Magnus blunder this one on e4? Not really. Well, he definitely blundered queen b7. He thought like, you know, the knight is hanging, my opponent will play queen e8, I'll win the pawn on b6. And now it's equalized more or less. Magnus still continues to play for win, of course, but
h6 is hanging now.
yeah, h6 is a threat. h6 is a threat. Black plays h6. But I don't like how it looks. I mean, the way Magnus moving the pieces, I mean, it feels like he's, oh, well, knight c5. Now, black is prepared for knight b7, knight f5, knight e6, and queen c1. h6 pawn cannot be protected, it seems. f3, well, it can. Knight g5, queen to c6, and now the exchange in knight e6.
Knight d4.
King is running, black still has, well, it's a fantastic little nuance. Look, the
king is trapped.
The king cannot escape from h7, yes. So Magnus carefully has to avoid running into double attacks, has to bring the king to b4, and I'm sure he is winning. Now he's taking the h6 pawn. Comes back with the knight. No, that's completely winning. Well, he still has to be careful, of course, but guess what? Yeah, now knight goes to d4, and it's a victory for Magnus Carlsen, who keeps leading. It's a victory for Magnus
very
Carlsen.
Important victory.
Very important victory. So he
2 more rounds.
2 more rounds to go, and let's remind our viewers that a tie is still in favor of Magnus Carlsen, who has won a direct encounter against Karyakin. On board 1 in the ladies section, the game is still on, so I'm immediately switching to this one. Zagnidze and Claudia
We have the
Colon.
result on the men's section, board 2. Karyakin, Evgeny, they draw.
So it's a draw. It's a full 1 point for Magnus Carlsen. And what has happened? Zagnidze just won. Zagnidze just won, and what does it mean for her? I'm checking her game against Sebak. No, and Kramling lost to Sebak.
So
Kramling lost to
that means
Sebak.
that Zagnidze is...
And Gunina has won. So now it's a 1 point
point
difference between Zagnidze and Gunina, and Kramling is pushed back to place 3. On board 4, it's Vasily Graf Aronian. The same guys who were playing in Tbilisi in the semi-final of the World Cup. While Aronian, I believe his position must be winning objectively. He has 2 extra pawns there. Check. King escapes on g4. Well, so the only motive that for some time, let's say, keeps black alive, that keep whites alive, that it's enough for him to give the knight and for the a-pawn, right, and trade the rooks, which he almost managed.
I just saw the result on the board 3. Anand won the game.
Anand won against Petrosyan, so
and he's one
Anand
of the
is
leaders.
quite close.
Mm-hmm.
Anand is quite close. We might see, or it was already. I'm kind of forgetting what happened. Anand Carlsen, did they play? They played today,
check.
right?
Yes.
I think we had this.
Yes, draw.
Yeah, it was the only draw Magnus made against Vishy Anand. All right. Look, and this is one very interesting endgame. It's not that easy to win, it turns out, because you can't trade the rooks with black. You can't trade the rooks. So some technical job is still to be done. Let's see. I know how to win this, by the way.
How?
In a schematic way. So, I mean, first of all, you have to bring, let's say, so the problems will start when the king will come to h1, right? So before that, now next move he will sooner or later get h3. Yeah, so white will be standing like this. And then you put, I mean, that schematic way to remember this, you put 4 pieces in a row. It has to be the pawn on h3, rook on g3, king on f3, and the rook on e and bishop on e3. Okay, I made it sound confusing. Yeah, but Aronian seemingly knows what he's doing. Bishop goes to e3. Now, well, you have to avoid the stalemates, because now, for instance, white king is stalemated. So it's a check, bishop f2. Okay, if the rook goes away, he protects the 3rd rank. Yeah, the whole point in this position that when white finally takes the pawn on h3,
there is rook.
He's in a, I mean, he is in a Philidor's position immediately. So now rook a8, and then rook comes from the other side. Well, so now it's a question if Aronian remembers the Philidor's position. Rook a2. What's rook a2? Rook here. Well, and now it's no longer winning. It's a famous, second rank defense. So, well, it's not for nothing we were studying rook and bishop endgame. Let's see if Vasily Graf will manage to save this one, because now it is a draw. It is a theoretical draw. Rook f2, rook to g1. Once again, it's tricky for white. Check. King has to go to h4. And now rook f3 with bishop d2 check. No, there is no check on d2. And he's won. He has won. I mean, yeah, it's very, very tough to defend this one in Blitz. So Aronian wins.
Before your Blitz tournament, you have to look how to win or how to defend your bishop.
That seems to be one of the most important positions. One of the most important positions. We've seen it so many times.
Many times.
Yeah. So let's check once again the points. Carlsen is first with how many?
14 and a half.
14 and a half.
It's clear.
Yes.
First with 1 point ahead of Karyakin, who was 13 and a half.
Yes, and then Anand and Aronian now.
Followed by Van Gogh, Anand and Aronian probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks
Aronian.
like. So, well, Anand, Aronian and Van Gogh tied for 3rd place. Karyakin now has to, well, I don't know, something has to happen.
Yeah.
Because it's 1 point difference and a tie is not an option for Sergei Karyakin. So he has to win 2 remaining games and still
But we
he's
all
not
remember
guaranteed.
what happened in Rapids last round, so everything can happen.
So still we don't know. Well, now at least we can say who is the clear favorite. It's Sergei, it's Magnus Carlsen, of course, in the men's section, in Tanat Zagnidze in the ladies section. They are leading with 2 rounds to go, of 1 full point in front of their pursuers. Stay tuned. 2 decisive rounds are in front of us.
Next round will start 5 minutes after 6. Next round will start 5 minutes after 6 o'clock. Please take your seats. We'll start in 5 minutes. Please take your seats.
So, welcome back everyone. Only two rounds to go. I was just informed that the round will start in 5 minutes. So there was apparently some delay in the pairing, maybe mistake one of the arbiters. We don't really know. So
I
the
think
round
our viewers saw what was going in the playing call. It was some argue, I think.
Yeah. So let's this 5 minutes it gives us a chance to check the pairings properly, to see it's actually they'll start quicker than that. Okay, so let's check the cross tables, because I was looking what's going on, and as far as I understand, Carson he can solve the issue with 1 round to spare, because if he wins now, he will be at least 1 point ahead of Karyakin, with whom he has won the direct encounter. So it will be Carson against Anton Korobov on board 1. It will be Aronian Karyakin on board 2. So Carson having how many points again? I don't remember.
14 and a half.
14 and a half for Carson.
Karyakin 13 and a half.
13 and a half Karyakin.
And Van Hau.
So 2 players on 13. Anand and Van Hau, who are playing each other on board 3. On board 2 we have Aronian. Yeah, on board, so it's like first, second for Karyakin, and a tie for third between Anand and Van Hau. Right. In the ladies section we have Zagnidze once again with 1 clear point ahead of the field, right?
Yes, already 15 points
15
for her.
Points for Zagnidze.
Followed by Gunina with 14 points, and third and fourth is shared with Tan Zonkin, Pia Kramling with 13 and half points.
So exactly the same situation in men's and women's tournament, apart from one little detail that
Zagnidze has
half a point. I mean, all of let's say all players in women's section, the leaders have half a point more. So let's witness the history. Let's see if Magnus Carlsen will manage to win this tournament with 1 round to go. He wasn't even a favorite going in today's day, but today he seems to be in the league of his own, because out of 8 games he only gave his opponents half a point.
And it was Anand.
Yeah, he only made 1 draw against Anand. All the rest he has won. Right, so what was that actually?
I think it was
talking a lot, and we've missed
Bishop F.
No, looks like it was rather Bishop G5. Bishop G5. So a London system, but not exactly, because Bishop went to G5. But other than that, White was doing more or less the same, putting, let's say, pawns on C3, E3. It was Black to take on D4. So now the C file is open. The bishops are getting exchanged. Bishop E7. Well, actually, Korobov stops here. He takes with the queen finally. And White will play, A to C1. Rook A to C1 will try to double the rook. Well, it's not much. So far, the only advantage I can see it's a time advantage, because it's almost 1 minute different already. Almost 1 minute difference already for Korobov and Carlsen. So
Knight F6.
No,
now it's possible to play E4.
Yeah, E4 is definitely a possibility. E4
to get more space.
getting
in the
more
center.
space, yes. Then
But no, he plays.
he doesn't
rook
want
c2.
it. He doesn't want it. Rook c2, rook c1. Well, maybe that's the moment, you know, when even Magnus thought, okay, why don't I be practical? Why don't I play, you know, some dry position with just maybe tiny advantage where only I will have chances to play for a win. Okay, other rook goes to c1. The rooks are traded.
Another rooks are traded.
Yep.
And e4. So he decides this without rooks on the board.
Bishop to b7. Well, I'm kind of getting confused because I said he only gave half a point to his opponents, but we said he made the draw against Anand. He also made the draw against Vasily Graf, or he didn't play against Anand. So once again, I think we have to check this one because this might be principle. Just imagine if
Anand,
they
he
didn't
played round 8.
but it was the
other day.
It was day before. Yeah.
Today he made.
He made only one draw.
Yeah,
Yeah, so that's correct. He only made one draw against Vasily Graf. All right. Meanwhile, Magnus
he got d6, very nice square for the knight.
Got some squares, especially the square on d6 is indeed looking nice. Knight gets to d6. Where the bishop goes? Where the bishop goes? Well, bishop takes on f3 and knight goes to c6. Queen e4. Not exactly a mating threat, but okay, it's nice to have this battery. Queen on e4 in front of the bishop. But f5, yeah, it was possible to play f5 for black. Magnus decided not even to calculate captures, probably was not possible at all. D6 knight was hanging. So f5 and queen goes back to e3, but now d5 will be an issue sooner or later. So white's gonna play f4, maybe even now.
But queen
maybe
h4?
even now, f4, and then d5 somewhere will become an option. G5. That's, you know, that's serious. That is serious. G5 and yeah, for the time being this bishop on d3 is somewhat useless. Right? I mean, the bishop on d3 is not doing much, so I'm not sure actually what white has to do.
Is there d5 move?
D5, but then black takes on f4 and then
queen
some queen e2, maybe. Maybe, and then still f3 is possible. Yeah, I think it's like, you know, structure-wise, and well, white has a lot of space, and structure-wise, white would have been good, but he's kind of a little bit not in time to get everything under control. Or maybe he is. Well, how about knight g6? Knight g6 attacks an f4 pawn. Yeah, that's what Korobov played. Knight g6. Now f4 is weak, d4 is weak, and I don't see what Magnus is attacking. Or maybe d5 now at least. So I mean, to manage to exchange some pawns. No, he doesn't play it. He plays queen g3. So now
Take a knight d4 is possibility.
Yeah, but
no.
Then they both thought that it won't be enough because the knight on g6 would have been that great. And finally here d5. Well, and this is an unpleasant move for black now because knight e7 is still possible, right? Yeah, you don't want to take because then it's knight f5, white is clearly better, or bishop f5 for this matter. So you probably go knight e7 or knight d4. Well, you have a possibility to go knight d4. So it's still very tricky. But Korobov is thinking for a very long time.
You need some time.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like 15 seconds left. So it's either knight d4 or knight e7. Knight to e7. White takes. Now he can take on h4 and attack e6 pawn. That's the difference between knight d4 and knight e7. Takes on e6, takes on f4. Now at least he can take on f5. I don't see him losing in this case. He can take with try to take with the knight as well. No, he takes with the bishop. Now knight takes, knight takes. Well, you need to bring the king closer. Yeah, knight d3 is a potential threat as well. Check, knight d6.
Check, and knight c3 was, the c8 was
knight
possible.
Knight c8, yeah, it was possible, of course. Yeah, I mean, he still has it. He still has it. He can
but it was
still
check. It was about the
wow.
tempo.
Takes, knight goes to c4. I guess. Oh,
C8.
well, it's still somewhat tricky. White will be a pawn up. Knight a7, knight takes b2, knight b5. Most likely a draw with black pieces being that active, but it's only Magnus who can win this one. I mean, he cannot lose, so that's kind of a good outcome for him. Check, king goes to f4, king g6 wasn't the best move, it feels like. Knight to c5 now, threatening out. Well, then you go knight d7 or h4 first. That's a very unpleasant position to be, to be played on a limited time. Well, and now he's
Knight
winning.
g3.
Now he's winning.
So
That's a
this
very
black king should be stuck on h5.
yeah.
And
Black
now the king goes to
has
a
to
pawn.
protect. Yeah, has to protect the pawn, and then king e5, king e3. Why not king e5? Because it
was
was
some
still tricky. It
Knight
seems.
c5.
King
was
e3.
maybe-
Knight c5, a5. No, now it doesn't help. Knight d6. Okay, king to d4. Knight back to b7, king to c4 he goes. King to c4. And that's the pawn which is worst for the side with the knight. Yeah, knight takes, knight goes back to g3. And this is winning, and I think I won't be too fast, but I think he did it. Okay, let's see what happens on board 2. What happens on board 2?
Meanwhile, board 3, Wang Hao Anand is a draw.
Wang Hao Anand is a draw, but board 3 is important, of course, but not for the championship, since Magnus Carlsen has won, and the only player who can theoretically catch him up
It's
is
Karyakin.
Sergei Karyakin if he wins. But how can he win this? How can he win this? He's in the rook endgame. He's 2 pawns down. I believe objectively has to be winning for a run. Well, maybe not anymore, because Karyakin found a nice resource. He has found a nice resource. Rook b3, king e4 still. Well, White is still fighting. I mean, Karyakin has made a move on one last second. Check, now rook d4. Rook goes to a5. Oh, well. Rook b5 again. No, not anymore. Yeah, it's winning for Aronian now. I'm sure it's winning for... well, it's still tricky, because, in fact, White could not trade the rooks. Well, it's too subtle to talk of this, because it's like, seconds left. Check, rook g6 back.
f6 is coming now.
Yeah, no, well, the thing is, even a draw is enough. A draw from Aronian is enough for Carlsen to become a champion. Of course, Aronian is fighting for himself. He wants to win, he wants better prize, he wants a medal. But I think, Sergei Karyakin has lost his a-pawn, and the defending champion can no longer win it for a second consecutive time. He has lost, and we congratulate Magnus Carlsen with 1 round to spare. So before this day, he was trailing by 2 points. But if you score like 8.5 out of 9, that was really impressive.
Yeah,
so with 1 round to go,
Magnus
it's
Carlsen.
Magnus Carlsen, who is already a champion, world champion in the Blitz. Checking the other results, draw for Wang Hao and Anand, who both catch Sergei Karyakin as well as Levon Aronian, I guess, as well as possibly some other players. Ding Liren and Yu Yangyi made a draw. Shahryar Mamedyarov against Petrosyan, it's a draw again. Boris Savchenko against, he lost to Vasily Graf, got nicely mated with his king on c4. Vladislav Artemiev has lost to Alexander Grishuk. Peter Swidler has won against Badu Jobava. So a lot of decisive results. Well, it's just they have to make sure it's not too late, right? People started winning, but it's been rounds when it was like draws yes. everywhere. Now, of course, they understood. Yeah, prices are running away. You have to play for win. Okay, and what's in the ladies section? Will Zagnidze enjoy the same?
Won.
Will Zagnidze enjoy the same situation? She was leading.
Points.
She was leading with 1 clear point ahead of the second place, who was Gunina, right?
It's the same situation still.
Not quite, because Gunina won as well. So Zagnidze cannot relax. If she makes a draw, in the last round, it's guaranteed, right? If Zagnidze makes a draw, it's guaranteed. But Carson already can, relax. Of course, he will not,
Celebrate
just
the victory.
throw away the game on purpose. No, nobody does that. But still, well, that was an impressive performance by Magnus Carlsen. What else can we check? So we will be waiting for the last round to start. We already congratulate the new
winner in open
new / old world champion, because he was the world champion 2014 in Dubai, and now he makes it yet again. The funny thing is, before this round, he was losing his rating. I mean, it's incredible. The guy who's leading such a tournament, he was losing his rating. It's only because of that fact that his rating is like astronomical, 2986, so very close to very close to 3,000. Yeah, right. And we will be. So Carlsen is already a winner, but of course they are to define who will be the runner-up, who will take the bronze, and let's not forget, a lot of prizes here. So
13 prizes, 13 places.
People have all the reason to fight in the last round. And in the women's section, there is still a theoretical chance. So Zagnidze still has to keep her pace. We'll be back. We'll be back with the last round. Stay tuned.
Level.
on his last round.
So that's the moment I believe we all been waiting for. The final round of World Blitz Championship is about to start. We already have the winner. Magnus Carlsen is leading the field with he has 2 more points than anyone else in this tournament.
That's right.
Who would have thought that? I could imagine him winning this tournament still, even though he was behind the leaders. But to win it with round to spare, having 2 more points, that's incredible. We're still going to watch his game, I believe.
Yeah, why not?
Because it's first of all, it's a world champion playing, and secondly, he had really impressive result today, right? It was, how many rounds we had? 9 rounds, and it was 8.5 for Magnus Carlsen.
Who just came into the playing room.
Yeah, we can see Magnus. He's filmed by our Norwegian colleagues. Obviously, I've been driving a lot of attention. But his opponent for this game on port 1, Levon Aronian, today he has scored none less than 8 points. So 8 out of 9 for Aronian, who yesterday was barely seen, and now he's tied for the 2nd place. So of course, it's a very principled game.
What is the deal here?
I don't know.
It seems like they had some talk. Before
So Nana Zagnidze is playing against Elina Danielian. Nana needs to, not to lose. That's important for her because she's the leader with 1 point ahead. She's pursued by Valentina Gunina. I'm not sure if those two, what the result between those two.
Zagnidze won her.
Zagnidze won the game. So even if Gunina equals in points, I think it will be not enough. But I'm hoping that nothing is going. Nana Zagnidze will win this championship. she has played a fantastic tournament.
Yes,
what can I
that's
say?
right.
And what is her result today? Maybe, I mean, if you can check what she was doing today, because it looks like she also scored maybe not less than Magnus. Now, there have been some draws, so it looks like maybe 7.5 for Zagnidze.
She even lost one game.
Today.
Today.
Right, yeah, she lost. Exactly, she. Well, and some talk between Aronian and Magnus. Yeah, but Levon doesn't look like a guy who will make a quick draw. Of course, he wants, I mean,
Do
he
you
wants
think
some
they're
blood.
talking about it?
He wants some blood. And whenever I see Levon playing against Magnus, it seems like Levon is extra motivated. I mean, he has won so many games recently. I mean, in some classical tournaments, he's certainly extra motivated against Magnus Carlsen. Let's see how it goes for him now. The other pairs. Let's see the other pairs. On the second board, it's Grishuk Karyakin. On board 3, Yu Yangi against Wan Hao. On board 4, Vishyalagraph against Anand. And Anand, interestingly enough, is also tied for the second place. So not only he wins the Rapid, but he's around here to climb on pedestal in the Blitz.
Yes, there are a couple of players tied from second place: Aronian, Karyakin, Wang Hao, and Anand.
So four players altogether, yeah. 4 players looking for a silver medal. On board 5, it's Tigran Petrosyan against Peter Swidler. On board 6, Dingli Ren against Melkumian. But I think it will be, okay, Carlsen is already gone. I mean, the gold is gone to Magnus Carlsen. And it will be between those 4, Karyakin, Wan Hao. Once again, Karyakin, Grishuk, Aronian, Karyakin, Wan Hao, and Anand. So between those 4, those will decide who will take the silver and bronze. While in the women's section, I only know that Zagnidze and Gunina are first and second. What's about the third place?
Third, Katerina Lucknow is clear third with 14 points.
So 14 points for Lucknow and 13.5, it seems, for a couple
Kramling
of
and
players.
Juvenjun.
Kramling and Juvenjun. So still
Tanzongi. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so still very good result for Pia Kramling, right? I mean, if she wins, I don't know who she's playing against. If she wins, she can still, catch the medal. Kramling is playing with the white
Today
pieces.
she actually lost 4 games.
Yeah, she had a fantastic start. Today is not such good as yesterday, but still she is fighting. Now she will be playing on board 5 against Natalia Zhukova. And you know what? We can't start the round without the chief arbiter. Chief arbiter, for some reason, they can't find him. So the round is somewhat delayed again. I think the scheduled starting time was 6:45. Now, as far as I can see, it's already 6:50 and the round is still not started. We'll see. And I believe all the players who gathered there congratulate Magnus Carlsen already. Yeah, more and more players coming, so that seems like we will once again have a delay. Once again, we will have a delay. And we can see Vasily Ivanchuk, who is,
not
he's
very
not
happy.
happy at all. Yeah, last year he was the winner in the rapid section. This year it didn't really work for him. None of the tournaments worked for him nicely. So still no starting signal is given. Yeah.
Here we can see a very nice playing hall. By the way, I wanted to say about this playing area. This is the first event which conducted here in this building. It's brand new, just finished this year, and the architecture of this building is a worldwide famous person. This is Zaha Hadid. I think it's very nice venue here on colors and everything.
Right, so indeed.
The light's also very nice. Players said that the light is very nice on the board.
It is, of course, a spectacular playing hall, and I'm just wondering, why don't they start the last round? Could it be that there was once again some protest or something? Yeah, well, I've actually managed to figure out what was happening in round before. It was a strange situation in the game between Mamedyarov and Grishuk, where Grishuk claimed the threefold repetition.
Yeah.
Arbiter went to check it and said there wasn't
Yeah.
a threefold repetition. So the game continued and Mamedyarov has won it.
Yeah.
But then, later on, they rechecked and it turned out that
It was more than three times
Grishuk's claim was correct, and therefore I'm actually still not sure what has to happen in this case, because on one hand Grishuk was absolutely right, it was a threefold repetition. Well, otherwise we can say that, you know, the game has finished. The game has finished with one of the players' victory. So, well, it's still tricky. So obviously very happy. Magnus Carlsen, the tension is relieved. What a day he had today.
Yes.
8.5 out of 9. I still cannot get it out of my head. So it's 8.5 out of 9 with all those nerves, with all those moves on very last seconds, but he still proved he is the best.
Honestly,
in
I had
Blitz.
feeling like after yesterday that it was like no chance at all for him to win the tournament.
Well,
but
he proved the opposite.
Yes, totally
He proved
opposite.
the opposite in a very, very convincing way. So, how long it will take the start of the last round?
I think more 5 minutes,
5 minutes more? Nah, not sure.
maybe more.
Not sure, because I
7.
mean it was announced to start 6:45, and now it seems like it might be that they start at 7 o'clock. Right, guys, after the end of this one, we already, as I said, already know the name of the winner in the men's section. We will obviously keep an eye on the ladies section to say who becomes the champion. But we'll do a trick with Kathy. We will not tell you who will be second and third. For this, you will have to watch the closing ceremony, which will start, as promised by the organizers, it will start half an hour after the last game in the last round is finished.
It will be right after that.
Roughly, I would say it will be 7:45 local time, 7:45, maybe 8 o'clock local time. It will be broadcasted live as well, but luckily for us, without any commentary.
That's right.
So, players are waiting. So, well, for the time being, we are commentating on players talking to each other, and we don't
Everybody
even,
happy.
we don't even
What's
hear
going
what
on
they are
here?
talking about. We don't
We're
even-
too far from this playing area to know what's going on.
Well, actually, I just noticed Yu Yang-yi is on board 3, but he has less points, right? He has less points. He's playing his compatriot Van Ha, who is tied for the second place, but Yang-yi has half a point less. I really don't know what's going on, what's it connected with. I mean, such a delay. I could expect delay, but not such a long delay here. Well, yeah, well, Salem Saleh from United Arab Emirates, Grandmaster Salem finds himself on board number 12, playing against Boris Savchenko. Yeah, I'm just checking the very top boards, and yeah, it's quite strange because we have a lot of players who had good tournament in Rapid and then they are completely out in Blitz, like Fedoseev, who is a runner-up in Blitz, who only lost the tiebreak. That's the first time I see him on the upper boards. Now he's playing at board 15, so has no chance, let's say, to climb high. And there are some others. There are some others who are surprisingly having a really bad tournament. Vasily Ivanchuk is playing on board number 27. I'll check again. Maybe there'll be even more disappointing results. Laurent Frisinet on table 31. Ju Wen-jun, by the way, the winner of the Rapid Championship, she's also not... she's not doing that bad. If she's playing board 3, that means she's not doing that bad. Can you check?
She has 13 points.
13, so shares from 5th place, right? She's tied for the 5th place. 5th still,
yes.
don't know.
From 6, more correctly.
6. Sixth place. Okay. Ah, yeah, it's like 1, 2, 3, then a tie for fourth and fifth, and then she's she's in a tie for sixth. But well, still, you know, there are money prizes, so it makes sense. Okay, you can't get the medal, but of course, still makes sense to play good in the last round. Well, so I'm actually checking if there is, you know.
Maybe they're waiting some special guests, some princess, some
Could
prince
be,
again.
could be. Well, I'm checking. Well, can see. I mean, some players. Well, Pavel Ilyanov, for example, finds himself on table 49. So, really a terrible tournament for Pavel. Nigel Short on board 51. So, well, it's really a disastrous tournament for some players. I mean, who otherwise would have been much higher. In the ladies section as well, I mean, that there is a lot of disappointing results as well. So it's always like that. Someone is the winner, someone is the loser. Elizabeth Betts, for instance, who was leading at some point during the day one, now she's playing only on 11, on board number 11. Yeah, lot of. Yeah, the field is simply too strong, right? So you have kind of a bad moment, you lose a couple of games, and you know, it's really tough to come back. Yeah, I've heard players talking, and you know, those who do not have good tournament, they still play against very strong opponents.
Yes.
Like, for instance, you have Ponomarev playing on board 20. And, you know, imagine you lose some game, you drop from the top boards, and you face Ruslan Ponomarev or Alexei Dreyev or likes like that. No.
Ladies look more bored, while men
more-
really
more-
enjoy to talk to each other.
Yeah, looks like the round is not starting at all. So I wonder if we have to interrupt our talks. I can't really understand what goes on. Why don't we just start the round, or just we don't start the round and and finish it? Yeah, let's go. Yeah, I think we go for a short advertisement break, because I mean it's really tough to talk nonsense. Yeah, so let's go and we'll come back shortly.
We cannot start the last round until we have a final decision on the appeals committee, as it is the last round. Once we know the decision, we will start the round very close. Straight after that. Thank you.
I apologize for the delay. The appeals committee had some work to do. We can start in 5 minutes. The hearings are outside. Please be informed. We come to start the round. The hearings are outside. We can start in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. We're ready to start the last round of the King Salman World Blitz Championship 2017. The president of the Saudi Arabian Chess Federation, Mr. Murtaza Sulaiman, will make the first move in the first board of the opening session.
Welcome back, everyone. So we are starting, and the president of Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabian Chess Federation, will make a first move. He made the first move for Levon Aronen, which was 1d4. So finally, the last round has started, and even the chief arbiter has announced that we already have the winner, who is no doubt Magnus Carlsen. So we will be watching his game against Levon Aronen, nevertheless, and well, we'll keep an eye on board 2 as well. Grishuk against Karyakin. We will follow what will happen on the top boards in women's tournament as well. Right, well, would be really nice to see what happens on the digital board. I think Queen's Gambit was played by Magnus Carlsen, so well, he tries to keep it solid. Yeah, now you'll see the position. So Queen's Gambit variation with an early a7, a6. After castle. Well, a typical Casbah structure. I mean, to Casbah standards, I would say black is doing okay. Rook f goes to e8, preparing the square for the knight, and then finally black will be able to take on f4. Because in immediate capture we don't like, right? Pawn takes and f5 will be a threat.
Right.
Queen c2. So what's now? I mean, I can imagine it's still tough for Magnus, to play this game fully motivated. Because, especially with this kind of longish break between the rounds. What? And
they agreed draw.
Well, so Levon was that kind not to put any pressure on Magnus. It is a very quick draw. And players are not to be blamed for this. After all, it was 21 rounds, and both of them did exceptionally well today. So I don't think Aronen will catch the medal. We'll see. We'll see it. As I said, this we will establish during the closing ceremony. But even if he doesn't catch the medal, I mean, he deserves the credit. It was a very good result from Levon Aronin. It was outstanding performance, of course, from the new Blitz champion, new World Blitz champion, Magnus Carlsen. I think he'll be interviewed, so we might interrupt our comments in any moment because, of course, it's something not to miss, an interview with Magnus Carlsen. So I'm quickly checking what happens on other boards. Board 2, Grishuk and Karyakin. Well, it is a real fight. Grishuk, of course, wants to win. He wants to improve his result. On board 3, Yu Yangi against Wan Hao. It's once again, it's a game. Not much I can say. Well, looks like Yangi actually he has somewhat more pleasant position. Maybe we'll check board 5 as well. Vishy Anand and Vashiela Graf, and those two are also playing. So no quick draws apart from that one on the first board. We'll check board 5 as well. Board 5 is a draw for Peter Svedla and Tigran Petrosen. So Svedla Petrosen have finished, as they say, in the money. So they do catch the prize, but not the top ones. So let's see what happens on board 1 in the ladies section. I think we can follow this game for quite a bit, and as I already said, we will be interrupted with an interview. Well, it's a draw for Zagnidze and Danilan as well. So we congratulate Nana Zagnidze as well for winning World Blitz Championship women's section. That's great, and yeah, we switch off. We just go away because please welcome the new World Blitz champion, Magnus Carlsen, with an interview. We'll be back right after.
We have the new World Blitz champion, Magnus Carlsen, here with us. My congratulations. How do you feel about it? What are your emotions?
I'm obviously extremely happy. Yesterday was a very difficult day for me, but today everything went beyond expectations. So very happy.
Yeah, I mean, what this title means for you. I mean, last year you were not so successful to win the event, but this year you finally grabbed the title back.
It means a lot, especially after I lost the last round in the rapid from a leading position. Then it makes the whole difference for me when I look back upon these tournaments and this year. So it's a massive win.
Which games were the most interesting in this event? Which games do you consider you were lucky in, maybe?
No, I mean, I think like yesterday I was lucky in many games. I was lost in almost every game. But today I think I played quite well. I kept on putting pressure and I barely blundered. Obviously, an early key today was the game with Karyakin. Then after I won that, I knew that I had a very good chance of winning, obviously.
Yeah, and you said that the title is very important for you, but also they have quite a good prize fund here. Do you have a plan how to spend them or invest, maybe?
I haven't thought about that, but I'm very grateful to the organizers and FIDE for establishing such a great event with also good prizes.
Now, what can you say about the organization itself? And I know that you had a chance to visit also National Museum.
I'm very happy with the way my family and I have been treated here, and I think my family has had a great time going shopping and relaxing. So we're all very happy, and we'd like to come back, I think.
Yeah, actually, you mentioned you would like to come back, and you know that FIDE established a message that they would like to organize Peace and Friendship World Rapid and Blitz Championship next year, where everybody will be welcomed. Are you supporting the idea?
Yeah, obviously, I think everybody who's qualified should be able to play regardless of nationality and anything. So I'm hoping that will happen next year.
Yeah. Thank you so much, and once again, congratulations, Magnus.
Thank you.
So we are back, but just for short. I I'm just looking at this game, Ushenina against Gunina. And well, just to get the confirmation, that it was very important for Zagnidze not to lose, because Gunina is winning her last game. Gunina is a piece up against Anna Ushenina, so if only Zagnidze would not make a draw, she would be in trouble. So she would tie for the first instead of winning. But now she's already the World Blitz champion.
Yes,
and congratulations once again, and we are ready with her interview as well.
So we have another world champion here with us. Nana Zagnidze just won World Blitz Championship. Nana, how difficult it was for you, and how important is this title for you?
Yeah, of course. It was very difficult, and this title, of course, is very important for me. I don't know what to say. I'm just, even now, I'm not realizing what's happening to me.
Is it the biggest title you won so far?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, and what about today? I mean, yesterday it was Pia Kramlin who was leading, and what was the most important games today that made you the world champion?
I mean, whole today's tournament was very important and very tough. So yeah, finally I managed to handle every game, and finally I become world champion. This was my dream.
Yeah, that's for sure. You are European champion, but never been world champion on Blitz or Rapid. Nana, how important also for your country, and what were your expectations before you came here and afterwards?
Usually I don't have expectations when I go to a tournament. I'm just trying to play as better as possible. So yeah, I don't know.
I see how much exhausted you are. I mean, actually, is it very tiring event for you?
Yeah, too tiring. It was too tiring. Yeah, 21 rounds with very strong opponents against. So yeah, I'm really very happy and very excited.
And also a question about dress code. Now it's first time that we used the dress code here, and there was no need to play in hijab or abaya. What do you think about it? Do you support the idea?
Of course, I support this idea. It was. I think it is a great idea, and I hope they will. FIDE will continue this dress code in the future FIDE events, because everybody looks so nice in these jackets and this white T-shirt. So I like it very much. Yeah.
And the last question, there is a message, there is a plan to have another King Salman Peace and Friendship Championship, World Rapid and Blitz Championship here in Riyadh, where everybody will be welcomed. Are you supporting the idea to have it here?
Of course, I like this place, and I like very much the organization. I think the organization here was one of the best which I've seen in my chess career. So of course I will support this idea, and hopefully I will have an opportunity next year to come back and play.
Nana, thank you very much. Once again, congratulations. Thank you for the interview. All the best in the next events. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the interview. Pardon for this last round coverage, which was a little bit scrambled, but we had to give the interviews of the winners.
Most of the top boards are finished already?
Exactly, that's what I wanted to say, that some games are still in progress, but we kind of can conclude the tournament already, and it was a tough day for us as well. So, well, I hope we will be excused for this to wrap things up a little bit earlier. So the winners are Magnus Carlsen in the men's section, with a second place being a tie between Anand and Karyakin. So if we would have, combined score, Anand would be the winner. So he won a title, and I'm not sure what the tiebreak is.
Medal too.
I'm not sure what the tiebreak is, but he has at least a bronze medal. So it's either silver or bronze for Vishy Anand, which once again deserves to be praised. Last year's champion, Sergei Karyakin, had a very good tournament, so he takes once again silver or bronze, we don't know. And you guys won't know unless you will watch the closing ceremony, which will start roughly in half an hour, will be transmitted live. In the ladies section, the champion is Nana Zagnidze. The second place goes to Valentina Gunina, who has won her game, and interestingly enough, places 3, 4 and 5 all lost in the last round, which means I think that Katerina Lagno is still third. I still think Katerina. Oh no, it's a tie.
They share.
It's a tie
with
between
Juve and
Lagno
June.
and Juve and June. So Juve and June as well. The rapid champion managed to at least to tie for the bronze,
In the
to tie
both
for the medal.
sections, as
Yeah, in the ball, yeah. All right. So that was there were 5 very exciting days for us. It was a pleasure working for you guys, and hope you enjoyed the broadcast.
Yes,
Thanks for watching.
Thank you for watching.
Thanks for watching. Bye bye. Take care.